They did not build it in Germany. They built it in occupied France. High in the Vosges Mountains, hidden by forests and fog, the Nazis constructed a concentration camp unlike any other, Natzweiler-Struthof. It would become the only Nazi concentration camp established on French soil. This was not a place chosen by accident. It was selected for its granite quarry, its isolation, and its usefulness to the Reich. But what rose on that mountainside was more than a labor camp. It was a system of punishment, exploitation, medical experimentation, and calculated terror. From 1941 until the final months of the war, thousands of political prisoners, resistance fighters, Jews, Roma, and deportees from across Europe were sent here. Many would never leave. Natzweiler was both a camp and a network, a central site connected to dozens of subcamps feeding the Nazi war economy. It stood at the crossroads of ideology and industry, where forced labor met racial doctrine, and where bureaucracy masked brutality. Tonight, we step inside Natzweiler-Struthof, and we examine the only Nazi concentration camp built in occupied France, a place where terror crossed borders, and where history refuses to disappear. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The mountain chosen for silence. Long before the barracks were raised, before the watchtowers pierced the sky, before prisoners marched up the winding mountain road under armed guard, the site of Natzweiler-Struthof was quiet. High in the Vosges Mountains of occupied Alsace, the landscape was defined by granite, dense forest, mist, and cold air that settled heavily between the trees. It was a place of isolation, removed from cities, distant from major rail lines, shielded by terrain that made it feel separate from the rest of the world. In 1940, after the German invasion of France, Alsace was annexed into the Reich. Borders shifted not only on maps but in daily life. French law disappeared. German authority replaced it. Uniforms changed. Language changed. Flags changed. And within that transformation, the SS began looking at the mountains not as scenery, but as opportunity. The stone beneath the soil was valuable. The granite deposits were strong, dense, and suitable for monumental construction. The Nazi regime had grand architectural ambitions: stadiums, administrative buildings, parade grounds, all requiring enormous quantities of stone. And the SS had already perfected a system that provided cheap, expendable labor, concentration camps tied directly to economic exploitation. Camps were not placed randomly. They followed industry. They followed resources. They followed profit masked as policy. In 1941, SS leader Heinrich Himmler approved the establishment of a new camp near the village of Natzweiler. Officially, it would be a labor camp serving the quarry operated by the German Earth and Stone Works Company, a front controlled by the SS. Unofficially, it would become something larger, the extension of the Nazi camp system into occupied Western Europe, a physical declaration that terror did not stop at Germany's borders. Construction began quickly. The site was steep, uneven, and difficult. That difficulty was intentional. Camps were often built in places that magnified hardship. The terrain itself became an additional instrument of control. The first prisoners sent to Natzweiler were not criminals in any conventional sense. Many were political detainees transferred from other camps, men classified as opponents of the Reich. They arrived not to inhabit a completed structure, but to build it. They cleared forest, leveled ground, erected wooden barracks, dug foundations, installed fencing. Under guard, under threat, under constant surveillance, they constructed the very system that would confine them. Barbed wire was unrolled. Guard towers were raised. Administrative offices took shape. A roll call square was carved into the slope. The camp's layout followed the familiar SS pattern. Central control buildings positioned for oversight, prisoner barracks arranged in ordered rows, the perimeter secured by electrified fencing and armed patrols. The design was efficient, intentional, calculated. Even in its earliest months, Natzweiler was never meant to be temporary. It was part of a growing network that already included Dachau, Buchenwald, Sachsenhausen, and Mauthausen. Each camp had its specialty. Each camp had its function. Natzweiler's role would be labor extraction and regional repression. But the mountain location also carried symbolic weight. To build a camp on French soil was to demonstrate dominance. It was to show that Nazi authority extended beyond conquest into permanence. Prisoners came from across Europe. Resistance fighters from France. Political detainees from Germany. Later, Jews from multiple countries. Roma, so-called night and fog prisoners, individuals deported secretly under orders designed to make opponents disappear without trace. The phrase Nacht die Nebel was not metaphorical. It was policy. People were to vanish into the system, leaving families without information, communities without answers. Natzweiler would become one of the destinations for those meant to fade into uncertainty. Life in the camp's earliest phase revolved around construction and quarry labor. The granite quarry lay below the main camp area, carved into the mountainside. Prisoners marched down steep paths each morning and climbed back up each evening, tools in hand, bodies already strained by insufficient food and harsh conditions. Granite cutting was relentless work. Stone blocks were drilled, split, lifted, transported. Accidents were common. Injuries were frequent. The pace was set not by human limitation but by SS expectation. Productivity reports traveled upward through administrative channels. Numbers mattered more than names. Identification numbers replaced personal histories. Files replaced faces. The camp command structure followed the established SS hierarchy. A commandant overseeing operations, officers managing security and discipline, prisoner functionaries appointed to maintain internal order under supervision. This layered system blurred lines between coercion and compliance. Some prisoners were forced into positions that required them to enforce rules against fellow detainees, creating tension, suspicion, and fragmentation within the population. Division was not accidental. It was part of maintaining control. The camp's isolation amplified its power. Surrounded by forest and mountain roads monitored by guards, escape was rare and dangerous. The climate itself acted as a barrier. Winters were cold. Fog was frequent. Supplies were limited. Letters, when allowed, were censored. Information moved slowly and selectively. For nearby villages, the camp was visible but distant, a fenced complex on a slope, guarded and restricted. For prisoners, it was an enclosed world governed by whistle blasts, roll calls, work details, and punishments. By late 1941 and into 1942, Natzweiler-Struthof was no longer merely a quarry labor site. It was integrated into the broader system of repression across occupied Europe. Deportations increased. Categories of prisoners expanded. Administrative routines became more formalized. Records were kept. Transfers were coordinated. The camp's capacity grew. What had begun as a project tied to granite extraction was becoming a node in a continental structure of control. And yet, at this stage, the full extent of what Natzweiler would represent was still unfolding. The mountain was quiet no longer. It had been chosen deliberately for stone, for seclusion, for strategic reach. What rose upon it was not an accident of war, but a deliberate extension of policy. Natzweiler-Struthof stood as proof that the concentration camp system was not confined to Germany's interior, could be exported, replicated, embedded into occupied lands. The forest hid the barracks from a distance, but within the wire, the system was already fully alive, organized, methodical, expanding. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 1, Segment 2. Building the System on the Mountain. By the spring of 1942, Natzweiler-Struthof was no longer simply a construction site carved into the mountainside. The camp had taken recognizable form. Rows of wooden barracks stood in rigid lines along the slope, each positioned to fit the uneven terrain. Gravel paths cut between them. Watchtowers overlooked every angle. Barbed wire fences, electrified and patrolled, created a boundary that separated those inside from the forests beyond. From above, the layout appeared orderly, almost precise. From within, it felt suffocating. Every structure served a purpose. Every movement was measured. The quarry below the camp became the center of daily life. At dawn, sirens or shouted commands pulled prisoners from their bunks. Roll call took place in the open square, regardless of weather. Rain, snow, fog, it did not matter. Prisoners stood in formation for hours if necessary, counted and recounted until numbers aligned with SS records. Mistakes were punishable. Discrepancies meant delays. Delays meant suffering. Time in the camp did not follow natural rhythms. It followed administrative logic. Once counted, work details marched downhill toward the granite quarry, tools distributed, guards positioned at strategic vantage points. Granite extraction was physically punishing. Prisoners drilled into rock faces using hand tools and primitive equipment. They split massive blocks, loaded fragments onto carts, and hauled stone along narrow tracks. The incline was steep, the footing unstable. Falls were common. A slip could mean broken bones or worse, a fatal tumble onto jagged stone. Guards watched productivity closely. Work quotas were informal yet absolute. Slowness invited violence. Illness was treated as weakness. Exhaustion was interpreted as defiance. The quarry did not merely extract stone. It consumed energy, muscle, and breath. Food rations were insufficient from the beginning. Morning coffee substitute, thin soup, a ration of bread. These formed the core of daily sustenance. Caloric intake never matched physical output. Weight loss was rapid. Bodies thinned, faces hollowed. Hunger was constant, an ache that blurred concentration and sharpened desperation. Some prisoners traded possessions for scraps. Others scavenged when possible. Survival became a calculation. Conserve strength, avoid punishment, endure one more day. The SS understood that hunger weakened resistance. Malnutrition was not accidental. It was built into the system. Inside the barracks, overcrowding increased as new transports arrived. Triple-tiered bunks held more men than designed. Personal space disappeared. Hygiene deteriorated quickly. Washing facilities were limited and water often scarce. Lice spread easily. Illness followed. Yet medical care inside Natzweiler was minimal and selective. A camp infirmary existed, but its purpose was not recovery in the humanitarian sense. It functioned as a filtering mechanism, determining who could return to work and who was deemed unfit. Those considered permanently incapable were often transferred elsewhere, a euphemism that masked grim outcomes. The administrative machinery grew more complex with each passing month. Clerks maintained detailed records of arrivals, transfers, deaths, and labor assignments. Identification numbers replaced names in official documents. Categories were marked with colored triangles sewn onto prisoner uniforms. Political prisoners, Jews, asocials, Jehovah's Witnesses, resistance members. These classifications shaped treatment, work assignments, and living conditions. The bureaucracy appeared meticulous, even professional. Forms were stamped. Files were organized. Reports were forwarded to higher SS offices. Violence operated alongside paperwork, not in contradiction to it. Natzweiler's position in occupied France gave it additional strategic weight. It became a destination for resistance fighters arrested throughout Alsace and beyond. Men who had distributed leaflets, sabotaged rail lines, or sheltered fugitives found themselves transported up the mountain road. Many had never heard of the camp before arrival. The shock was immediate: the altitude, the isolation, the uniformed guards speaking German, the realization that return was uncertain. For night and fog prisoners, secrecy deepened the fear. Families received no information. Records were deliberately obscured. Disappearance was part of the punishment. Punishments inside the camp reinforced hierarchy and terror. Public beatings occurred in view of other prisoners, designed as spectacle and warning. Standing cells, isolation blocks, and deprivation of rations were common disciplinary measures. The roll call square doubled as a stage for intimidation. Executions, when ordered, were carried out with calculated visibility. The message was simple: the system was absolute. Resistance inside the fence would be crushed. The mountain amplified this message. Escape routes were few, terrain unforgiving, and the surrounding region heavily monitored. As 1942 progressed, subcamps began to branch outward from the main site. Industrial demands of the war economy required more labor in more locations. Factories and workshops tied to German military production sought prisoner labor. Natzweiler became the administrative center for a growing network across Alsace and southwestern Germany. Prisoners were dispatched to satellite sites, extending the camp's reach far beyond the original quarry. What began as a single installation was evolving into a regional system of exploitation. Yet even as expansion continued, mortality climbed. Exhaustion, malnutrition, accidents in the quarry, and disease took steady tolls. Death certificates were filed with bureaucratic language. Heart failure, pneumonia, collapse. Rarely did official documents mention beatings, starvation, or overwork. Language sanitized reality. Statistics obscured suffering. To the SS, the numbers signaled operational efficiency. To prisoners, they marked absence. A bunk suddenly empty, a face no longer present at roll call. The camp's rhythm settled into repetition. Dawn assembly, march to work, quarry labor, evening count, barracks confinement. The cycle reinforced predictability while eroding hope. Seasons shifted across the Vosges Mountains. Snow covered the quarry in winter, turning stones slick and treacherous. Summer heat intensified dehydration. The forest surrounding the camp remained outwardly beautiful. Green slopes, distant valleys, quiet birdsong. But within the wire, beauty had no meaning. Nature framed the camp but did not soften it. By the end of 1942, Natzweiler-Struthof was firmly embedded in the Nazi camp system. It functioned as both a labor camp and a tool of political repression. Its isolation concealed daily suffering from wider public view, yet its administrative links tied it directly to Berlin. Orders flowed downward. Reports flowed upward. The mountain installation was not peripheral. It was integrated, deliberate, and expanding. The granite blocks extracted from the quarry traveled outward into construction projects of the Reich. The labor extracted from prisoners fueled war industries. And the human cost, measured in weakened bodies and growing death lists, became part of the camp's normal operation. Natzweiler had transformed from a remote construction project into a disciplined mechanism of control. The system was stable. The routines were established. And the machinery of terror on French soil was now fully operational. Chapter 1, Segment 3: Isolation, Experimentation, and the Expansion of Terror. As Natzweiler-Struthof settled into its rhythm of forced labor and controlled brutality, another layer of purpose began to take shape, one that extended beyond granite and punishment. The camp's isolation, high in the Vosges Mountains and distant from major population centers, made it attractive not only for incarceration but for activities the regime preferred to keep concealed. Its remoteness was not merely geographic. It became functional. By late 1942 and into 1943, the camp's role within the broader SS system deepened. Natzweiler was no longer only a quarry camp or a holding site for political prisoners. It was becoming a place where ideology, science, and cruelty intersected. The SS leadership believed camps could serve multiple purposes: economic exploitation, political suppression, and experimental research aligned with racial doctrine. At Natzweiler, these strands began to converge. A small gas chamber was constructed within the camp complex, not on the scale of extermination centers in occupied Poland, but significant nonetheless. Its presence underscored that Natzweiler was not isolated from the wider machinery of genocide. Prisoners were transported there for specific purposes, particularly for medical and anatomical experiments linked to Nazi racial theories. These activities were conducted under the authority of SS doctors who viewed human beings as material for research rather than as patients or individuals. The most chilling example involved the collection of skeletal specimens intended for an academic project tied to Nazi pseudoscientific ideology. Victims were selected, transported to Natzweiler, and murdered in the gas chamber so their bodies could be preserved for anatomical study. The clinical language surrounding these actions masked their brutality. Reports described preparations and materials, avoiding direct acknowledgement of human life extinguished for ideological display. The camp, perched quietly above Alsace, had become a site where scholarship and murder were intertwined. For the prisoners already enduring quarry labor and starvation, the presence of such experiments deepened the atmosphere of uncertainty. Rumors spread quickly through barracks. Whispers of medical selections, of transfers that never returned, of unexplained disappearances. Fear multiplied in absence of clarity. In a system built on hierarchy and surveillance, information was fragmented. Prisoners rarely understood the full structure around them. They knew only that survival depended on invisibility, obedience, and luck. Meanwhile, the SS refined administrative control. Detailed registries categorized prisoners by nationality, political status, and perceived usefulness. Resistance fighters from France joined German political detainees and others from across occupied Europe. The camp population grew more diverse in origin but uniformly reduced in status. Language barriers complicated communication among prisoners, yet solidarity sometimes formed across these divides. Shared suffering created fragile bonds, gestures of assistance in the quarry, warnings about unpredictable guards, silent exchanges of bread crusts. The landscape itself reinforced isolation. From the perimeter fence, prisoners could glimpse the forested slopes and distant villages. Smoke from chimneys in the valley below suggested ordinary life continuing beyond the barbed wire. Church bells could sometimes be heard faintly in the distance. That proximity to civilian existence sharpened the contrast. Natzweiler was not hidden in a remote wasteland. It operated within sight of communities, yet separated by policy and fear. Civilians working in nearby industries knew of the camp's presence. The full extent of its cruelty, however, remained obscured by censorship, intimidation, and the regime's control of information. As the war intensified in 1943, demands on the camp system expanded. The Reich required more labor for armaments, construction, and infrastructure projects. Natzweiler's subcamp network multiplied rapidly, stretching into factories and workshops throughout the region. Prisoners were assigned to industrial production sites tied directly to the German war effort. The original quarry remained active, but economic priorities shifted toward weapons manufacturing and military logistics. The camp was no longer just extracting stone. It was feeding the machinery of total war. With expansion came harsher conditions. Overcrowding increased. Supplies grew thinner as wartime shortages affected even the SS administration. Malnutrition worsened. Medical facilities, already limited, struggled under the strain. Typhus and other diseases emerged sporadically, threatening both prisoners and guards. Yet rather than prompting relief, illness often resulted in segregation, neglect, or transfer. Productivity remained the overriding concern. The camp's value was measured in output, not human preservation. Punishment structures became more formalized as well. The camp jail, a separate confinement block, housed those accused of infractions. Interrogations and beatings occurred behind its doors. The threat of execution lingered constantly. Some prisoners were hanged publicly, their deaths staged to reinforce discipline. The ritual of witnessing punishment became part of camp life. It reminded all who stood in formation that the system was unyielding. At the same time, subtle forms of resistance persisted. Prisoners developed coded communication methods. They memorized names and events, preserving testimony in case survival proved possible. Some sabotaged equipment when assigned to industrial labor, risking immediate execution if discovered. Acts of defiance were rarely dramatic. They were measured in moments. An intentional slowdown, a hidden tool misplaced, a whispered warning. Survival itself was a form of quiet resistance. By the end of 1943, Natzweiler-Struthof stood as a fully integrated component of the Nazi camp network in Western Europe. It embodied multiple functions: labor exploitation, political repression, racial experimentation, and administrative control. Its mountain setting, once chosen for granite resources, now symbolized something broader: a fortress of ideology embedded in occupied territory. Yet beneath the surface of efficiency and order, cracks were beginning to form across the Reich. Allied forces were advancing on multiple fronts. The war that had once seemed unstoppable was turning. News filtered slowly into the camp through guards' conversations, stolen radio fragments, and whispered speculation. Uncertainty crept into even the SS ranks. But for prisoners inside Natzweiler, the immediate reality remained unchanged. Quarry work continued. Subcamps operated. The gas chamber stood ready for orders. Bureaucracy processed names into numbers. Isolation had shaped the camp's identity from its beginning. It shielded operations from scrutiny and allowed cruelty to unfold methodically. Yet that same isolation could not insulate it forever from the shifting tides of war. The mountain fortress of terror was deeply rooted, but it was not immune to history's momentum. As 1944 approached, Natzweiler would face new pressures: overcrowding from transferred prisoners, intensified exploitation, and eventually the threat of evacuation. The system that had been so carefully constructed would soon confront forces beyond its control. For now, however, the camp functioned with cold regularity. Stone was cut, files were stamped, lives were consumed quietly on a hillside overlooking France. Chapter 2, Segment 1. War expands, and so does the camp. By early 1944, the war that had once fueled the rapid expansion of the Nazi camp system was beginning to strain it. The Eastern Front was collapsing under Soviet pressure. Allied bombers were targeting German industry. Rumors of invasion circulated across occupied Europe. Yet inside Natzweiler-Struthof, the daily routine continued with rigid consistency. The sirens still called prisoners before dawn. The roll calls still stretched in cold silence. The quarry still echoed with the sound of steel against granite. But beneath that routine, change was unfolding. Natzweiler had evolved from a single quarry camp into the administrative center of a growing constellation of subcamps scattered across Alsace and southwestern Germany. These subcamps were no longer peripheral. They were becoming central to the Reich's war economy. As Allied bombing intensified, German industry increasingly relocated production underground or into remote areas less vulnerable to attack. The SS offered a solution: captive labor, disciplined and expendable. Natzweiler became a reservoir of manpower for these projects. Prisoners were transferred in groups to construction sites, aircraft factories, munitions plants, and tunnel systems carved into hillsides. Some were sent to work in facilities linked to advanced weapons research. Others were assigned to infrastructure projects vital to military logistics. The camp commandant received directives not only about discipline and security, but about production quotas. Efficiency was measured in output per prisoner. Illness and exhaustion were variables to be managed, not tragedies to be prevented. The expansion of subcamps altered the character of Natzweiler itself. While the original mountain site remained active, it increasingly functioned as a hub, a processing center through which prisoners passed before redistribution. New arrivals were registered, stripped of identity, assigned numbers, and categorized according to perceived utility. Skilled laborers were identified and earmarked for industrial assignments. Those considered weaker were left to quarry work or internal maintenance. Selection was less about survival than about maximizing exploitation. Overcrowding intensified as transports arrived from other camps deeper inside the Reich or from occupied territories threatened by advancing Allied forces. Prisoners from France, Belgium, the Netherlands, Poland, and beyond converged at Natzweiler. Political prisoners mixed with resistance fighters, Jews, and others targeted by racial or ideological policy. The diversity of languages created communication barriers, but shared conditions fostered fragile alliances. Information became currency. A warning about a brutal overseer could mean the difference between injury and endurance. Food supplies, already minimal, deteriorated further. Wartime shortages reached even S-controlled facilities. Rations shrank to thin soups and coarse bread. Malnutrition weakened immune systems. Disease spread more quickly in overcrowded barracks where ventilation was poor and sanitation limited. Lice and infection became constant threats. Medical facilities remained understaffed and under-equipped. Prisoners too sick to work were often transferred elsewhere or left to decline without treatment. In a system built around productivity, infirmity was regarded as failure. The SS maintained order through calculated unpredictability. Roll calls lasted for hours in rain or snow if discrepancies arose. Punishments were public and deliberate. A single act of perceived insubordination could result in beatings before assembled prisoners. Executions, though not daily, were staged to reinforce control. The psychological impact of spectacle was as important as physical violence. Terror operated not only through force but through anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the barbed wire, the war's trajectory was unmistakably shifting. Allied forces prepared for operations that would soon transform the European theater. Civilians in nearby villages sensed change in the air. Increased military traffic, whispered conversations, stricter curfews. Yet Natzweiler continued to function with bureaucratic precision. Reports were filed. Transfers were recorded. Subcamps reported production statistics. The machinery of exploitation did not pause for geopolitical uncertainty. The camp's gas chamber, though used less frequently than extermination centers in the East, remained a symbol of its integration into broader genocidal policy. While Natzweiler was primarily a labor camp, it was never separate from the ideology driving the Holocaust. Administrative links connected it to SS medical authorities and central offices overseeing concentration camp operations. It was part of a unified system where categories blurred: labor, punishment, extermination, all feeding the same ideological framework. As subcamps multiplied, conditions varied but brutality remained consistent. Some sites operated within factory complexes where prisoners worked long shifts under armed guard. Others were makeshift facilities near construction projects, with minimal shelter and sanitation. In each location, the hierarchy replicated itself. German guards and capos enforcing discipline, prisoners navigating survival through caution and occasional solidarity. Communication between subcamps and the main camp was constant. Transfers moved in both directions. Prisoners too weak to continue industrial labor might be returned to the central camp. Skilled workers could be reassigned based on shifting military needs. This fluidity kept prisoners off balance. Stability was rare. Just as routines were learned, assignments changed. The sense of impermanence deepened psychological strain. Yet, even within this expanding network of control, moments of resistance flickered. In industrial sites, subtle sabotage sometimes slowed production. Tools disappeared. Measurements were miscalculated. Such acts carried enormous risk. Discovery meant immediate execution or torture. But for some prisoners, undermining the war effort, even minimally, offered a measure of agency. The knowledge that their forced labor might not fully serve the regime provided quiet defiance. By mid-1944, Natzweiler's role had clearly shifted from a localized quarry camp to a strategic node in the Reich's labor exploitation apparatus. The mountain isolation that once defined it now seemed symbolic of something larger. A system operating above ordinary moral frameworks, insulated by authority and fear. Yet that insulation was thinning. Allied advances in France threatened German control of Alsace. Military setbacks forced the SS to consider contingency plans. Within the camp, prisoners sensed tension among guards. Conversations were more hurried. Orders arrived with greater urgency. The steady rhythm of camp life began to carry undertones of uncertainty. But for those behind the fences, speculation offered little comfort. Quarry labor continued. Subcamp transports departed on schedule. Hunger persisted. Disease spread quietly. The war's expansion had strengthened Natzweiler's importance, but it had also tethered the camp's fate to the regime's survival. As the Reich faltered, so too would the stability of its camp network. The very system that had grown so vast now faced pressures it could not easily absorb. For the prisoners of Natzweiler, however, the horizon of hope remained distant. Each day was measured not in geopolitical developments but in survival through the next roll call, the next labor shift, the next ration distribution. History was shifting outside the barbed wire, but inside, suffering continued with disciplined regularity. Chapter 2, Segment 2. The Network of Subcamps and the Machinery of Exploitation. As the war deepened and German industry came under relentless aerial bombardment, the SS intensified its strategy of dispersing production across occupied territories. Natzweiler-Struthof, once defined by its granite quarry, became the administrative heart of a growing constellation of satellite camps. By late 1944, more than 50 subcamps were operating under its authority, stretching across Alsace and into southwestern Germany. This expansion was not accidental. It was calculated. Each new subcamp represented a contract fulfilled, a factory supplied, a tunnel excavated, and hundreds of human beings absorbed into forced labor. The logic behind the network was both bureaucratic and ruthless. Rather than concentrate prisoners in one visible location, the SS distributed them closer to industrial sites. Companies working for the German war effort, aircraft manufacturers, armament firms, chemical plants, entered into arrangements with the SS to obtain labor. Payment was made not to the prisoners, but to the SS administration. Human beings were reduced to line items in financial ledgers, valued by skill, age, and projected productivity. Those who could operate machinery were especially prized. Engineers, metalworkers, mechanics, even prisoners with basic technical training were sorted and reassigned. The creation of subcamps transformed Natzweiler's administrative function. The main camp maintained prisoner records, issued identification numbers, and managed transfers. New arrivals were processed quickly, categorized, and often dispatched within days to satellite sites. Transport lists were typed with precision. Each name corresponded to a labor need. Mortality reports returned in similar fashion, clinical, detached, and recorded without commentary. Conditions in the subcamps varied in structure but rarely in severity. Some were housed within converted factory buildings. Others consisted of crude wooden barracks hastily constructed near construction sites. In many locations, sanitation was almost non-existent. Overcrowding intensified as the war's final months approached and evacuations from camps closer to the front lines flooded the network. Prisoners slept in shifts or on bare floors. Rations were often smaller than those at the main camp. Workdays stretched from before dawn until long after sunset. Industrial labor introduced new forms of danger. In aircraft assembly plants, prisoners handled volatile materials and heavy machinery with minimal safety precautions. Injuries were common. Fingers were crushed in presses. Limbs were broken in conveyor systems. In underground construction projects, prisoners blasted tunnels through rock with insufficient ventilation. Dust filled lungs. Accidents buried men alive. Medical attention, if provided at all, was perfunctory. Those unable to return to work quickly were replaced. The SS relied heavily on a hierarchy within the prisoner population to maintain order. Capos, prisoners granted limited authority, oversaw work details and enforced discipline. Some wielded this power brutally, fearing that any sign of leniency would cost them their position or their lives. Others attempted quiet acts of protection, assigning weaker prisoners to less hazardous tasks when possible. The system fostered moral dilemmas. Survival sometimes required participation in the enforcement of suffering. Despite the fragmentation into dozens of sites, the network functioned as a single organism. Reports flowed back to Natzweiler headquarters. Production figures were tabulated. Requests for additional labor were processed with bureaucratic efficiency. The camp command structure remained intact, even as Allied forces moved closer to the Rhine. The machine of exploitation continued to operate as long as fuel, guards, and prisoners remained available. As the war turned decisively against Germany in late 1944, the pressure on the camp network intensified. Industrial output became increasingly urgent. Deadlines shortened. Guards demanded greater speed from prisoners whose bodies were already depleted. Hunger deepened. Malnutrition became visible in hollowed cheeks and protruding ribs. Illness spread through damp barracks. Typhus, dysentery, and respiratory infections weakened entire work details. Yet quotas remained unchanged. Transports from other camps further destabilized conditions. As eastern territories fell to Soviet forces, the SS evacuated camps in Poland and elsewhere, sending prisoners westward. Some arrived at Natzweiler subcamps already emaciated from death marches. Their arrival strained limited resources. Barracks designed for 100 now held 200 or more. Blankets were scarce. Water supplies faltered. Still, industrial managers insisted on continued production. For prisoners, the sense of temporality sharpened. Rumors circulated of Allied advances, of Paris liberated, of American troops crossing into Germany. Some guards appeared nervous. Others became more severe, as if attempting to assert control against impending collapse. The contrast between the regime's deteriorating military situation and the unrelenting discipline within the camps created a surreal tension. Outside, borders were shifting. Inside, the daily routine remained governed by whistles and shouted commands. The subcamp system also blurred the line between concentration camp and industrial complex. Civilians working in nearby factories could see prisoners under guard, moving in columns to work sites. Local populations were not always ignorant of what was happening. The visibility of striped uniforms, emaciated bodies, and armed escorts made secrecy difficult. Yet fear, conformity, and wartime desensitization often muted response. The machinery of exploitation relied not only on SS command but on a broader environment of compliance. As 1945 approached, cracks began to show in the administrative structure. Supply lines faltered. Some subcamps reported shortages of food so severe that guards scavenged for local provisions. Communication between sites became erratic. Orders were issued and countermanded. Plans for evacuation were drafted, anticipating the approach of Allied armies. Yet even in preparation for retreat, the SS sought to maintain control over the labor force. Prisoners were to be moved, not freed. Through it all, the human experience inside the subcamps remained defined by exhaustion. Days blurred into one another. Work replaced time. Survival hinged on conserving strength, forming small alliances, and avoiding the attention of overseers. Acts of solidarity, sharing a crust of bread, offering whispered encouragement, became quiet forms of resistance against a system designed to isolate and degrade. By the beginning of 1945, the Natzweiler network stood as a testament to how thoroughly forced labor had been integrated into the Nazi war economy. What began as a quarry camp in a remote mountain region had evolved into a decentralized apparatus feeding factories and construction sites across a broad territory. The camp's isolation had given way to industrial entanglement. And yet, even as the system expanded outward, its foundation was weakening. The Reich that depended on this labor was collapsing under military pressure. The SS would soon confront a question it had faced elsewhere: what to do with thousands of prisoners as front lines advanced. For the moment, however, the subcamps continued to function. Production measured, bodies expended, reports filed, as if the war's outcome were still uncertain. The machinery of exploitation operated until the very edge of defeat, driven by ideology, inertia, and the relentless demand for labor. Chapter 2, Segment 3. Expansion, Collapse, and the Final Winter. By the winter of 1944, the Natzweiler-Struthof system had become something far larger than its original mountain camp. What began as a quarry operation in occupied Alsace had evolved into a sprawling network of subcamps feeding the Reich's collapsing war machine. The granite that once defined the camp's purpose was no longer its central output. Now it was aircraft parts, underground fortifications, and desperate industrial production meant to delay the inevitable defeat of Nazi Germany. But as the system expanded outward, it also began to fracture from within. The Allied landings in Normandy and the rapid liberation of France placed Natzweiler in a precarious position. Unlike camps deep within Germany, Struthof lay in territory that was no longer secure. By September 1944, Allied forces were advancing steadily toward the Vosges Mountains. The SS command recognized that the main camp could not be held. Yet they were unwilling to allow prisoners to be liberated and bear witness to what had occurred behind the barbed wire. Orders were issued for evacuation. Prisoners at the main camp were assembled, counted, and prepared for transfer. Administrative files were sorted. Some documents were destroyed. Others were packed for transport. Equipment was dismantled where possible. The crematorium was left standing, but its operations slowed as the camp's population diminished. In early September 1944, The main Natzweiler camp was formally evacuated, its remaining prisoners forced onto trains bound for camps deeper within the Reich, including Dachau and other facilities. But evacuation did not mean closure of the system. The subcamps continued to operate under the authority of Natzweiler's command structure, now relocated across the Rhine. The name Natzweiler remained in administrative correspondence, even though the original site stood largely empty. In a chilling demonstration of bureaucratic persistence, the machinery of forced labor continued even after the physical heart of the camp had been abandoned. Conditions during evacuation transports were brutal. Prisoners were crowded into freight cars with minimal food or water. Journeys that might have taken hours in peacetime stretched into days amid damaged rail lines and Allied bombing. Some prisoners arrived at their destinations already dead from suffocation, dehydration, or exhaustion. For survivors, transfer meant only a change of location, not relief. Meanwhile, in the subcamps scattered across Alsace and southwestern Germany, the winter of 1944 to 1945 brought new hardships. Allied bombing intensified. Industrial sites became targets. Prisoners were forced to clear rubble after air raids and to resume production amid shattered buildings. Food supplies dwindled as transportation networks faltered. Guards, increasingly aware of Germany's deteriorating position, grew erratic. Some enforced discipline with heightened cruelty. Others displayed visible anxiety. Overcrowding worsened as evacuations from camps further east poured into the Natzweiler network. Prisoners from Auschwitz, Gross-Rosen, and other camps were transported westward ahead of advancing Soviet forces. Many arrived emaciated after death marches in freezing conditions. The subcamps, already strained beyond capacity, absorbed them into barracks that could no longer provide even minimal shelter. Disease spread quickly through weakened populations. Typhus, dysentery, and respiratory infections flourished in overcrowded quarters with inadequate sanitation. Medical facilities were minimal and often functioned as holding areas for the dying rather than places of treatment. Prisoners too ill to work were sometimes sent back to larger camps or left without care. The SS continued to prioritize labor output over survival. The atmosphere within the camps shifted as news of German defeats filtered in. Rumors circulated among prisoners of the liberation of Paris, of Soviet advances through Poland, of American troops crossing into Germany. Hope flickered cautiously, tempered by the knowledge that the SS might attempt mass killings to eliminate witnesses. In other camps across Europe, such atrocities were already occurring. At Natzweiler's subcamps, evacuation planning resumed in early 1945. As Allied forces approached the Rhine, orders were given to move prisoners further into the interior of Germany. These evacuations often took the form of forced marches under harsh winter conditions. Prisoners were driven along roads in thin clothing, guarded by armed SS personnel. Those who collapsed were beaten, sometimes shot. Civilians along the routes observed columns of skeletal men passing through villages, the war's brutality visible in human form. Administrative coherence began to unravel. Communication between subcamps grew irregular. Some guards abandoned their posts. Others remained rigidly obedient. Supplies of ammunition and fuel diminished. Yet even in the final weeks, the SS attempted to maintain the appearance of order. Roll calls conducted, labor details assigned, punishments administered. The rituals of control persisted long after the regime's strategic defeat was apparent. In March and April 1945, as American and French forces advanced into southwestern Germany, many of the Natzweiler subcamps were hastily evacuated or dissolved. Prisoners were transferred to Dachau, Mauthausen, or other camps still functioning under SS authority. For thousands, these transfers became lethal journeys. The collapse of transportation networks forced longer marches on foot. Starvation intensified. Death became commonplace along roadsides. The main Natzweiler site in Alsace, abandoned months earlier, was eventually reached by Allied forces. They found barracks largely empty but evidence unmistakable. Barbed wire, guard towers, remnants of the crematorium, and documentation that testified to the camp's function. Unlike extermination centers in occupied Poland that had been systematically dismantled, Struthof structures remained, silent witnesses to the system once operated there. As April 1945 drew to a close, the broader Natzweiler network disintegrated under military pressure. Subcamps were overrun or abandoned. Guards fled or attempted to conceal their identities. Prisoners encountered liberating troops in varying conditions. Some still forced to march, others left behind in evacuated sites. Liberation did not immediately end suffering. Many survivors were gravely ill, malnourished, and traumatized. Medical teams struggled to provide care amid widespread disease. The final winter of Natzweiler revealed the dual nature of the camp system, both rigidly bureaucratic and chaotically violent. Even as the Reich collapsed, the machinery of forced labor continued to operate, driven by inertia and ideology. The camp's expansion into a decentralized network had allowed exploitation to persist beyond the life of its original site. Yet that very dispersion also made total erasure impossible. When the war ended in May 1945, Natzweiler-Struthof stood as evidence of how a concentration camp could evolve from a quarry in a remote mountain region into a widespread apparatus feeding the war economy. Its story was not confined to a single fenced perimeter. It was written across dozens of subcamps, in factory floors and tunnel systems, in transport lists and mortality reports. The expansion that once signaled strength ultimately exposed the system's vulnerability. As Allied forces advanced from multiple directions, the network fragmented. Records survived. Structures remained. Survivors bore witness. And in the ruins of what had been an engine of forced labor and terror, the world began to confront yet another dimension of the camp system. Not only sites of imprisonment, but integrated components of a regime that transformed industry itself into an instrument of oppression. The winter had been long and lethal. The collapse, though inevitable, was not gentle. It came amid chaos, forced marches, and the final exhaustion of bodies already pushed beyond endurance. But with the system broken and its prisoners liberated, the machinery that had sustained Natzweiler's expansion finally fell silent. Chapter 3, Segment 1. Prisoner Categories and the Architecture of Control. By the time Natzweiler-Struthof entered its full operational phase, the camp had developed a system that was as structured as it was cruel. It was not chaos that defined daily life behind the barbed wire. It was classification, order, a hierarchy designed not merely to confine prisoners but to divide them, and in doing so to weaken any possibility of unity. Every person who arrived at Natzweiler was processed into a system of categories. They were stripped of their names and issued numbers. Their civilian clothing was replaced with striped uniforms marked by colored triangles sewn onto the chest. These symbols, small pieces of fabric, carried enormous consequences. A red triangle marked political prisoners, resistance fighters, communists, socialists, dissidents. A yellow star identified Jewish prisoners. Green triangles designated those labeled as criminals. Purple for Jehovah's Witnesses. Black for those the regime deemed asocial. Pink for men accused under anti-homosexual laws. These colors were not random identifiers. They structured power inside the camp. The SS relied heavily on prisoner functionaries, known as capos and block elders, to manage daily routines. These positions were often assigned to inmates categorized as criminal, under the belief that they would be harsher and more obedient enforcers. By placing prisoners in supervisory roles over others, the SS created a system in which violence flowed downward, mediated by desperation and fear. Survival, in some cases, depended on securing such a position. Refusal could mean punishment. Acceptance meant complicity in discipline. Political prisoners, especially those from organized resistance movements, sometimes attempted to form quiet networks within the camp. But such efforts were dangerous. Informants operated inside the prisoner population. The camp structure was designed to foster mistrust. Conversations were monitored. Letters were censored. Any sign of collective organization risked severe reprisal. Daily life began before dawn. Prisoners were awakened by shouted commands and forced into formation for roll call, the appel. In freezing winter mornings or under driving rain, they stood in rows for hours while numbers were counted and recounted. If a prisoner had died during the night, the body was often propped upright so that the total would remain accurate. The bureaucracy of numbers demanded precision, even when the living could barely stand. After roll call, work details were assigned. For those in the quarry, the day meant hauling stone under constant supervision. For others, labor might involve construction, maintenance, or later industrial production in subcamps. Regardless of assignment, the expectation was the same: output without complaint. Food rations were minimal: a thin soup, a small portion of bread, sometimes a scrap of margarine or sausage. Caloric intake rarely matched the physical demands of labor. Malnutrition weakened bodies quickly. Weight dropped. Immune systems failed. Illness spread easily through overcrowded barracks where hygiene was nearly impossible. The barracks themselves were built for efficiency, not comfort. Wooden bunks stacked in tiers, straw mattresses rarely replaced, blankets thin and insufficient. Ventilation was poor. In winter, frost formed inside the buildings. In summer, heat and stench became suffocating. Lice and fleas thrived in such conditions, spreading disease. Punishment was integrated into the camp's daily rhythm. Infractions, real or imagined, resulted in beatings, standing cells, reduced rations, or assignment to harsher labor details. Public punishment reinforced fear. Prisoners were forced to witness floggings or executions as warnings. The message was consistent. Obedience was survival. Resistance invited destruction. Yet within this rigid framework, moments of human connection persisted. Prisoners shared food when possible. Experienced inmates sometimes advised newcomers on how to endure. Conserve strength, avoid unnecessary attention, form small circles of trust. In certain blocks, clandestine acts of solidarity occurred. A smuggled piece of bread, whispered news from outside, a reminder that the war was still being fought beyond the barbed wire. Among the prisoners at Natzweiler were individuals of notable background: intellectuals, clergy, resistance leaders. Some had been arrested for distributing pamphlets or aiding Allied forces. Others had been captured during anti-Nazi plots. Their presence underscored the camp's political function. Natzweiler was not only a site of forced labor. It was a mechanism for silencing opposition in occupied Europe. Medical care within the camp was rudimentary and often conditional. The infirmary, the Revier, functioned less as a place of healing and more as a holding area for those too weak to work. Admission did not guarantee survival. In some cases, prisoners deemed permanently unfit were transferred to other facilities where their fate was sealed. Administrative offices maintained detailed records. Names, numbers, work assignments, punishments, transfers, all documented with bureaucratic precision. This paperwork served multiple purposes: tracking labor productivity, managing prisoner populations, and reinforcing the illusion of order. The camp was not a spontaneous eruption of cruelty. It was managed through files, stamps, and signatures. As the prisoner population diversified, especially with the addition of detainees from across occupied Europe, tensions sometimes arose between national groups. Language barriers complicated communication. The SS exploited these divisions when possible, assigning certain groups to more favorable tasks or pitting prisoners against one another in subtle ways. Despite these efforts, shared suffering often fostered empathy across national lines. French resistance fighters, Polish political prisoners, Dutch detainees, and others found common ground in their opposition to the regime that held them captive. Small gestures of solidarity accumulated quietly, forming an undercurrent of resistance beneath the camp's rigid exterior. The architecture of Natzweiler itself reinforced control. Watchtowers overlooked the compound. Barbed wire fences, often electrified, formed the perimeter. Searchlights swept the grounds at night. Escape attempts were rare and extraordinarily dangerous. The surrounding mountainous terrain added another barrier, isolating the camp from nearby communities. For the SS personnel stationed there, routine became normalized. Guard duty, administrative tasks, inspections, all conducted within a framework that framed prisoners as enemies or expendable labor units. Training emphasized discipline and ideological commitment. The camp functioned not only as a site of confinement but as a workplace for its overseers, further embedding its operations into daily life. Over time, Natzweiler's internal hierarchy solidified. Certain prisoner functionaries maintained positions for extended periods, balancing survival with the moral compromises imposed by their roles. Others were replaced abruptly, victims of shifting policies or internal conflicts. Within this controlled environment, time moved differently. Days blurred together, defined by roll calls and labor shifts. Weeks passed without clear markers. For prisoners, the future was uncertain, survival measured in increments of endurance. Outside, the war raged and borders shifted. Inside, the camp's routines continued, insulated by fences and ideology. Chapter 3 begins here, not with dramatic events, but with the structure that made them possible. Natzweiler-Struthof was sustained by classification, hierarchy, and routine. Its power lay not only in overt violence, but in the systematic division of those imprisoned within it. By fragmenting identities and enforcing constant surveillance, the camp transformed individuals into categories: manageable, controllable, replaceable. And in that transformation, the architecture of control achieved its purpose: to convert a population of diverse human beings into a labor force defined by numbers, colors, and obedience, until the system itself began to fracture under the weight of the war it was built to serve. Chapter 3, Segment 2. Punishment, medical abuse, and the machinery of fear. If classification created order inside Natzweiler-Struthof, punishment sustained it. The camp did not rely solely on fences or watchtowers to prevent resistance. It relied on spectacle, carefully staged violence designed to remind every prisoner that survival depended on submission. Fear was not an accidental byproduct of the system. It was an essential tool. Punishments were both formal and informal. Some were recorded in administrative logs, complete with signatures and official language. Others unfolded spontaneously, at the discretion of guards or prisoner functionaries eager to prove loyalty. The distinction mattered little to those who endured them. Flogging was among the most common disciplinary measures. Prisoners accused of infractions, stealing food, speaking out of turn, failing to meet work quotas, were tied to a wooden bench. Blows were counted aloud. 25 lashes could split skin and cause lasting injury. Fellow inmates were often forced to watch. In some cases, they were required to count the strokes, implicating them in the ritual of punishment. Silence was mandatory. Emotion was dangerous. Standing cells, narrow, coffin-like compartments, confined prisoners for hours or days in near darkness. For individuals might be crammed into a space barely large enough for one. Sleep was impossible. Air was scarce. When released, the body trembled from exhaustion, yet work duties resumed immediately. There were also Strafkompanie, penal work units. Assignment to these units meant the harshest labor under the closest supervision. Quarry tasks intensified, rations diminished further. Mortality rates in these detachments were significantly higher. Being sent, there was both punishment and warning. Public executions were staged with calculated precision. Gallows were erected within view of assembled prisoners. Accusations were read, sometimes vague, sometimes specific. Sabotage, escape attempts, contact with resistance networks. The condemned were forced to stand before their fellow inmates, who were required to witness the act. The message was unmistakable. Disobedience had consequences not just for the individual, but as a demonstration to all. Beyond visible punishment lay another layer of suffering: medical abuse. Natzweiler-Struthof became associated with a series of pseudoscientific experiments conducted under the authority of SS physicians and affiliated researchers. These experiments were framed as contributions to military medicine or racial science. In reality, they subjected prisoners to procedures without consent, anesthesia, or meaningful therapeutic intent. One series of experiments involved exposure to toxic substances, including phosgene gas, under the pretense of studying treatments for chemical warfare injuries. Prisoners were deliberately exposed to harmful agents, then observed as symptoms developed. Records were kept meticulously. Pain was documented clinically, stripped of human context. Another set of experiments targeted infectious diseases such as typhus. Prisoners were intentionally infected to test vaccines or treatments. High fevers, delirium, and organ failure followed. Survival was uncertain. For those who did recover, lasting damage often remained. Perhaps most infamous was the murder of selected Jewish prisoners for the purpose of anatomical collection. Under orders tied to a racial research initiative, a small group was transported to a gas chamber constructed within the camp complex. Their bodies were later prepared for study at a university institute. The act was disguised as scientific inquiry, cloaked in bureaucratic language, yet it represented a chilling convergence of ideology and academia. These abuses did not occur in isolation. They were authorized, funded, and recorded. Forms were filed. Reports were submitted. Within the administrative framework of the Third Reich, cruelty was categorized as research, and murder was described as procedure. For prisoners, the presence of medical staff inspired both hope and dread. The infirmary might offer temporary reprieve from labor, but it could also become a gateway to experimentation or death. Selection criteria were often opaque. A cough, a fever, visible weakness. Any of these could attract attention. Some prisoners concealed illness to avoid notice, even when treatment might have been beneficial. The psychological toll of this uncertainty was immense. Every routine inspection carried risk. Every visit to the infirmary invited suspicion. Rumors spread quickly through the barracks. Whispers of experiments, of disappearances, of bodies removed at night. Information was fragmentary, yet fear filled the gaps. The SS cultivated unpredictability. Rules shifted without explanation. A guard known for indifference might suddenly become violent. A minor oversight could escalate into severe punishment. This instability prevented prisoners from forming reliable expectations. It fractured morale and encouraged isolation. Yet even within this environment, forms of resilience persisted. Prisoners working in administrative offices sometimes attempted small acts of resistance, altering records to spare individuals from transfer, misreporting numbers, delaying punitive measures. Those assigned to infirmary duties occasionally provided discreet assistance, sharing scarce medical supplies or shielding the weakest from scrutiny. Such actions carried enormous risk. Discovery could mean execution. Solidarity also emerged through shared testimony. Survivors later described how conversations whispered at night preserved fragments of identity. A professor might teach a lesson from memory. A pastor might offer quiet words of comfort. A resistance fighter might recount news gleaned from a newly arrived detainee. These exchanges sustained a sense of humanity amid systematic degradation. The machinery of fear extended beyond physical suffering. It reshaped perception. Prisoners learned to interpret subtle signals, the tone of a guard's voice, the movement of a supervisor's hand, the shift in routine before a transport arrived. Vigilance became instinctive. Sleep was shallow. Dreams were fractured by shouted commands echoing through memory that as the war progressed and resources grew scarce, punishments intensified. Rations decreased further. Overcrowding worsened conditions. Disease spread more rapidly through weakened bodies. The line between disciplinary action and general neglect blurred. Starvation and exhaustion functioned as continuous, unspoken penalties. At the same time, external pressures mounted. Allied advances in the West and Soviet offensives in the East strained the Nazi camp system. Transfers increased. Prisoners from evacuated camps arrived, bringing stories of similar brutality elsewhere. Natzweiler's population swelled beyond its intended capacity. In this expanding network of camps and subcamps, the logic remained consistent. Labor until collapse, punishment for inefficiency, medical intervention only when useful to the regime's objectives. Chapter 3 reveals not just isolated acts of cruelty, but a system that integrated punishment and experimentation into its daily operations. The violence was not chaotic. It was organized, justified, and documented. Each blow, each injection, each execution fit within a framework that valued obedience and productivity over life. And yet, beneath the weight of that framework, the human capacity for endurance persisted. Even as the machinery of fear operated with bureaucratic precision, it could not entirely extinguish the quiet resistance of memory, solidarity, and witness. In the shadows of the Vosges Mountains, within barracks designed to erase individuality, prisoners found ways, however fragile, to remain human. And in doing so, they preserved the truth that would one day emerge beyond the barbed wire. Chapter 3, Segment 3: Expansion, Subcamps, and the War Economy. As the war intensified and the German Reich expanded across Europe, Natzweiler-Struthof did not remain a single, isolated camp in the mountains of Alsace. It evolved into the center of a widening network, a hub from which smaller camps radiated outward across occupied France and into Western Germany. What had begun as a quarry camp supplying granite became part of a much larger economic machine, one that fed directly into the Nazi war effort. The transformation was gradual but deliberate. By 1942 and 1943, the demands of total war reshaped priorities within the SS administration. The German military faced mounting losses on multiple fronts. Industrial production had to increase. Infrastructure required repair. Defensive fortifications needed construction. As male German laborers were drafted into the army, a gap emerged in the workforce. That gap would be filled by prisoners. Natzweiler became the administrative center for more than 50 subcamps scattered across the region. These satellite camps were often attached to industrial sites, armament factories, aircraft component plants, mining operations, construction zones, and railway hubs. Prisoners were transported from the main camp or sent directly to subcamps upon arrival. In many cases, they would never see the original camp at Struthof at all, yet they remained part of its administrative system. The geography of exploitation widened. In places like Neckarels, Kokendorf, and Leonberg, prisoners labored in tunnels carved into hillsides, building underground facilities intended to shield production from Allied bombing. Aircraft engines, weapon components, and munitions were assembled in damp, poorly ventilated caverns. Dust filled the air. Lighting was minimal. Work shifts extended long beyond physical endurance. The logic was consistent with the model already established at Struthof: extract maximum labor at minimum cost. Food rations were calculated to sustain productivity, not health. Medical care was limited to preserving work capacity. When prisoners weakened beyond usefulness, they were transferred back to larger camps or allowed to die where they stood. Industrial firms cooperated willingly. Contracts were signed between SS authorities and private companies. Payments were made per prisoner per day. Human beings became line items in financial agreements. Corporate managers toured facilities, inspected output, and rarely questioned the conditions under which that output was produced. The integration of camp labor into the war economy marked a shift in emphasis. While terror remained central, efficiency now shared equal importance. Productivity reports were submitted. Output quotas were enforced. Guards were instructed not only to punish, but to maintain a steady labor force. Yet the brutality did not lessen. In fact, as production pressures increased, so did the strain on prisoners. 12-hour shifts were common. In winter, cold seeped through thin uniforms. In summer, heat accumulated inside underground chambers. Accidents occurred frequently. A misstep near heavy machinery could cost a limb or a life. Protective equipment was scarce. Safety regulations were non-existent. Subcamp conditions were often harsher than those at the main camp. Barracks were makeshift, sometimes converted from warehouses or barns. Sanitation was primitive. Water supplies were inadequate. Overcrowding intensified the spread of disease. Guards stationed at remote sites exercised authority with little oversight. As Allied bombing campaigns expanded in 1944, the push to move industry underground accelerated. Prisoners were forced to excavate deeper tunnels, expand existing complexes, and transport heavy materials through confined spaces. The work required constant lifting, hauling, and drilling. Exhaustion became universal. At the same time, deportations from across Europe continued. Political prisoners from France, resistance fighters from Belgium and the Netherlands, Jews from various regions, and forced laborers captured in Eastern Europe arrived in increasing numbers. Many were dispatched directly to subcamps. The camp network's population swelled. With expansion came fragmentation. Communication between subcamps and the main administration relied on reports and transport convoys. Prisoners transferred between locations carried news of conditions elsewhere. Through whispered exchanges, they began to grasp the scale of the system in which they were trapped. Struthof was no longer just a camp. It was a node in a continental network of exploitation. Among the prisoners were individuals whose identities would later shape post-war memory. Members of resistance movements, intellectuals, clergy, and even former military officers accused of opposing the regime found themselves assigned to forced labor projects. Their presence reflected the camp's evolving role. Suppress dissent while extracting economic value. As the war turned decisively against Germany in late 1944, desperation intensified within the Nazi leadership. Production targets rose even as supply lines faltered. Allied forces advanced from the west. Soviet troops pushed from the east. Bombing raids disrupted transportation routes. Inside the subcamps, prisoners sensed the shifting tides. The sound of distant aircraft, the rumble of explosions, and the sudden arrival of new transport groups signaled instability. Guards grew more volatile. Some feared accountability if captured. Others clung to authority with renewed aggression. Evacuations began in stages. As Allied armies approached Alsace in late 1944, the main camp at Natzweiler-Struthof was evacuated. Prisoners were transferred deeper into Germany, primarily to Dachau and its subcamps. The Struthof site itself fell into Allied hands relatively early, but the broader Natzweiler system continued operating elsewhere. This relocation underscores a critical truth. The camp was never confined to a single hillside. Its administrative reach extended across regions. Even when the original camp ceased operations, its subcamps persisted under SS control. The final months of the war brought chaos layered atop cruelty. Supply shortages worsened. Transportation networks collapsed. Prisoners were marched between camps in brutal evacuations. Those unable to keep pace were shot or left behind. Disease spread unchecked among weakened populations. Industrial production faltered, yet the regime insisted on continuation. Factories attempted to operate until the very last days. Guards enforced labor even as front lines closed in. For many prisoners, liberation came not through orderly surrender, but through abrupt abandonment by fleeing SS personnel. When Allied forces finally reached various subcamps in 1945, they encountered scenes of extreme deprivation. Emaciated survivors emerged from underground complexes. Barracks were overcrowded with the sick. Workstations stood silent, machinery halted mid-operation. Investigators documented evidence of forced labor contracts, correspondence between SS offices and private companies, and records detailing prisoner transfers. The integration of camp labor into the broader economy became undeniable. Chapter 3 concludes by revealing the full scope of Natzweiler's transformation. What began as a quarry camp evolved into a decentralized industrial labor network. Terror and economics merged. Punishment and production reinforced one another. The camp system proved adaptable, expanding to meet the regime's shifting needs. Yet, even within this expanding machinery, resistance flickered. Prisoners sabotaged equipment when possible. They slowed production subtly. They preserved documents and testimony in anticipation of a future beyond captivity. In small, calculated ways, they asserted agency against a system designed to erase it. As the Reich collapsed in 1945, the vast network centered on Natzweiler-Struthof unraveled. Guards fled. Records were destroyed where possible. Subcamps were liberated one by one. Survivors stepped into a world that struggled to comprehend what had taken place inside those tunnels and quarries. The story of Natzweiler is therefore not confined to its barbed wire perimeter. It extends into factories, forests, and underground chambers across occupied Europe. It demonstrates how forced labor became embedded within state policy and private industry alike. And it reminds us that genocide was not only a matter of mass execution. It was also a matter of systematic exploitation, of turning human beings into resources, until the system itself collapsed under the weight of its crimes. Chapter 4, Segment 1. Medical Experiments and the Descent into Scientific Cruelty. By 1943, Natzweiler-Struthof had already proven itself as a place of forced labor, punishment, and control. But as the war deepened and Nazi ideology radicalized further, the camp assumed another role, one that exposed a chilling intersection between science and murder. It became a site of medical experimentation. The experiments conducted at Natzweiler were not chaotic acts of sadism alone. They were organized, requested, approved, and documented. They were carried out under the authority of physicians who wore uniforms, held academic titles, and believed they were serving the state. Among the most infamous of these projects were those initiated by Professor August Hirt, an anatomist associated with the Reich University of Strasbourg. Hirt proposed a grotesque objective: to assemble a collection of Jewish skeletons for anthropological study. His stated aim was to preserve what he described as a scientific record of a race the regime intended to eradicate. The proposal was approved by SS leadership. To fulfill this plan, a group of Jewish prisoners was selected from Auschwitz. They were transported to Natzweiler in 1943. Upon arrival, they were placed in isolation within the camp's gas chamber facility, a structure originally intended for smaller-scale executions and experimental procedures. The victims were murdered with poison gas. Their bodies were preserved and prepared for transport to Strasbourg, where Hirt intended to strip them to skeletons for display and study. The advancing Allied forces interrupted the completion of this macabre collection, but the evidence would later reveal the full extent of the plan. This episode demonstrates how the camp was integrated into broader ideological projects. Natzweiler was not merely a detention center. It was part of a network supporting racial pseudoscience. The murder of individuals was framed as data collection. Beyond Hirt's skeletal project, other experiments took place within the camp. Some involved testing treatments for chemical warfare exposure. Prisoners were deliberately exposed to toxic substances such as phosgene gas to observe symptoms and evaluate potential antidotes. Subjects suffered severe respiratory distress, internal damage, and often death. Other experiments focused on infectious diseases. Prisoners were injected with pathogens to study progression and immune response. Medical records were kept, though rarely with the intention of healing. The goal was knowledge for military advantage. Consent was neither requested nor considered. Victims were chosen from among those already deemed expendable: political prisoners, Jews, Roma, and others classified as enemies of the Reich. The experiments were justified internally as necessary for the survival of German soldiers at the front. Human beings were reduced to test material. The physical infrastructure of the camp adapted to accommodate these procedures. Rooms were repurposed as laboratories. Guards facilitated the movement of subjects. Administrators coordinated logistics between the camp and university institutions. The presence of academic collaboration reveals a disturbing truth. The atrocities were not confined to SS personnel alone. They involved networks of professionals, physicians, researchers, and administrators who operated within recognized institutions. For the prisoners, the threat of experimentation added another layer of terror. Rumors circulated through the barracks. A summons to the infirmary did not guarantee care. It might mean selection for a procedure from which few returned. Even the camp's limited medical facilities served dual purposes. While some doctors among the prisoner population attempted to treat illness with scarce resources, the SS-controlled medical staff operated within a hierarchy that prioritized ideological goals. The experiments at Natzweiler did not occur in isolation from the broader camp system. Similar procedures were conducted at other sites, including Dachau and Ravensbrück. What distinguished Struthof was its connection to academic institutions in occupied France and Germany, highlighting how occupation expanded opportunities for scientific exploitation. As Allied forces advanced in 1944, those involved attempted to conceal evidence. Bodies were destroyed where possible. Documents were hidden or burned. Equipment was relocated. Yet sufficient records survived to reveal the outlines of what had occurred. In the immediate post-war period, investigations uncovered the skeletal collection and associated documentation. The existence of a planned collection of murdered individuals became one of the most chilling symbols of how ideology had infiltrated science. The medical experiments at Natzweiler underscore a fundamental aspect of the Nazi system. Cruelty was not always chaotic. It could be methodical, justified through institutional language, and embedded within professional structures. Chapter 4 begins with this descent into scientific cruelty to illuminate how the camp's function extended beyond labor and imprisonment. It became a site where the boundaries between medicine and murder collapsed entirely. The victims of these experiments were not statistics. They were individuals with names, families, and lives interrupted by selection and transport. Their suffering contributed nothing to genuine science. It served only the illusion of racial theory and military advantage. When liberation came, survivors testified not only about starvation and forced labor, but about the fear of being chosen for procedures disguised as research. Their accounts helped reconstruct the timeline of events and identify those responsible. The legacy of these crimes would shape international law. The Nuremberg doctors' trial, held after the war, addressed medical atrocities committed across the camp system. The revelations led to the development of ethical standards in research, including the principle of informed consent. Thus, the horrors at Natzweiler influenced the creation of safeguards intended to prevent repetition. Yet the existence of those safeguards serves as a reminder of how fragile ethical boundaries can be when ideology overrides humanity. As this chapter unfolds, we see how a camp built for quarry labor evolved into a laboratory of dehumanization. Stone and dust were replaced by syringes and gas. Suffering remained constant. The story of Natzweiler-Struthof is not only about physical brutality in open air. It is also about quiet rooms where professionals recorded observations while human lives were extinguished in the name of progress. And it forces us to confront a difficult truth. Systems of terror are sustained not only by guards with rifles, but by individuals who convince themselves that cruelty is research, that murder is measurement, and that ideology justifies every procedure. This is the beginning of Chapter 4, where the machinery of the camp intersects with the machinery of science, and where the illusion of knowledge became another instrument of destruction. Chapter 4, Segment 2. Gas, Secrecy, and the Architecture of Concealed Killing. While Natzweiler-Struthof was never constructed on the same scale as Auschwitz or Treblinka, it possessed a feature that permanently marked its place in Holocaust history: a purpose-built gas chamber. Unlike the vast extermination centers in occupied Poland, the gas chamber at Natzweiler was smaller, more concealed, and embedded within a camp system already functioning through forced labor and punishment. Yet its existence reveals how killing methods developed across different sites, adapted to local objectives, and hidden behind layers of bureaucracy and secrecy. The gas chamber was located slightly away from the main barracks area, positioned near a hotel building that had been seized by the SS. From the outside, it did not resemble a facility of industrialized murder. It blended into the surrounding structures of the Alsatian hillside. That was intentional. Natzweiler was situated in occupied France, closer to population centers and transport routes than many Eastern camps. Visibility had to be managed carefully. Initially, the chamber was presented as a disinfection facility. In reality, it became the site of executions and experimental gassings. Prisoners were escorted in small groups. The procedure was controlled, calculated, and often disguised as medical examination or quarantine. Unlike the mass deportation transports seen in Operation Reinhard camps, victims here were selected internally or transferred for specific purposes, including the medical projects described earlier. The smaller scale did not reduce the horror. It simply made the killing more targeted. One of the most documented uses of the gas chamber was for the murder of the Jewish prisoners selected for August Hertz's skeletal collection. These victims were transported from Auschwitz specifically to be killed at Struthof. Their arrival was logged. Their confinement was deliberate. The chamber was prepared in advance. They were exposed to poison gas, a method intended to leave bodies intact for anatomical use. The precision of the plan underscores how the facility was integrated into broader ideological projects. Beyond these cases, the chamber was also used to execute resistance fighters and political prisoners. In some instances, Allied agents captured in France were sent to Natzweiler and murdered there under secret orders. The camp thus served not only as a site of repression, but as a location for covert eliminations. The process typically followed a sequence. Prisoners were told they were being transferred or processed. They were led to the chamber under guard. Once inside, the doors were sealed. Gas was introduced. Death followed within minutes. The bodies were removed by assigned prisoner laborers and transported to cremation facilities. The chamber's existence reflects an important dimension of the camp's evolution. While forced labor and starvation were primary methods of destruction, the SS retained direct killing tools when necessary. The camp could shift between slow attrition and immediate execution depending on directive. Documentation regarding the chamber was limited, but enough survived to confirm its operation. After liberation, investigators examined the structure. Residue analysis, survivor testimony, and SS records provided evidence of its use. In the final months of the war, as Allied forces advanced through France, efforts were made to conceal the extent of the crimes. Equipment was removed or destroyed where possible. Records were burned. Some prisoners were transferred eastward to prevent testimony. Yet the speed of the German retreat left little time for full demolition. When French and Allied forces liberated the site, physical traces remained. The chamber, though damaged, still stood. The presence of a gas chamber in occupied France carried symbolic weight. It demonstrated that the mechanisms of extermination were not confined to distant Eastern territories. The Holocaust's methods extended into Western Europe, adapting to occupation conditions. For prisoners within the camp, knowledge of the chamber created a different kind of fear. While starvation and beatings were daily realities, the chamber represented sudden disappearance. Names would be called. Individuals would vanish. Rumors circulated quietly in the barracks. Some prisoner functionaries, forced to assist in the process, later testified to the procedure. They described the sealing of doors, the sounds from inside, the waiting period before re-entry. Their accounts became crucial in reconstructing events during post-war trials. The gas chamber at Natzweiler was not the primary killing method for the majority of its prisoners. Most deaths occurred through exhaustion, disease, execution by shooting, or hanging. Yet the chamber's existence shows that the camp was equipped to participate directly in the technological dimension of genocide. It also highlights how bureaucratic language concealed reality. Official correspondence might refer to special treatment or processing. The clinical phrasing masked lethal intent. This blending of euphemism and architecture was characteristic of the Nazi system. Facilities were constructed with mundane exteriors and lethal interiors. Signs pointed to showers. Rooms were labeled as sanitation areas. The deception served operational efficiency and psychological control. As we continue through Chapter 4, we see that Natzweiler-Struthof was not simply a quarry camp or a detention center. It was a site where multiple methods of killing converged: forced labor, starvation, shooting, medical experimentation, and gassing. The gas chamber stands as a physical reminder that extermination could be localized, precise, and hidden in plain sight. It functioned within a network that spanned occupied Europe. After the war, investigations into the camp included testimony from surviving prisoners and captured SS personnel. The chamber became central evidence in prosecutions. Its existence countered attempts by some defendants to portray the camp as merely a labor site. Yet memory of Natzweiler often remained overshadowed by larger camps in Poland. Its relative size led some to underestimate its significance. But size alone does not define impact. The architecture of concealed killing at Struthof illustrates how genocide adapted to geography. In a mountainous region near Strasbourg, the SS implemented systems of death suited to local conditions. The victims murdered in that chamber, whether for pseudoscientific collection, political execution, or racial hatred, represent individual lives extinguished within walls designed to contain and silence them. The camp's proximity to universities and administrative centers reinforces another lesson. The machinery of destruction did not operate in isolation from educated society. It was embedded within it. Chapter 4, Segment 2, reveals how Natzweiler's gas chamber functioned as both tool and symbol, a reminder that extermination was not always loud or expansive. Sometimes it was quiet, methodical, and concealed behind ordinary facades. As the story unfolds, we continue tracing how the camp's physical spaces mirrored the ideology they served. Spaces built not only to imprison, but to erase. Chapter 4, Segment 3. Punishment, Public Executions, and the Theater of Fear. If the gas chamber at Natzweiler-Struthof represented concealed killing, the camp's system of punishment represented something else entirely: violence made visible. Where secrecy served extermination, spectacle served control. The SS understood that terror could function not only as physical destruction, but as psychological architecture. At Struthof, punishment was staged, repeated, and ritualized until fear became as constant as hunger. The central roll call square, carved into the slope of the Vosges Mountains, became a place of calculated humiliation. Prisoners stood for hours in wind, rain, or snow during appel. Numbers were counted and recounted. Any discrepancy could mean collective punishment. Men too weak to remain upright were struck with rifle butts or dragged to their feet by fellow inmates terrified of retaliation. The square was not merely for attendance. It was a stage. Public floggings were carried out there, often in front of the entire camp population. The condemned prisoner would be bound to a whipping post. An SS guard would read the offense: sabotage, stealing food, failing to meet a labor quota, attempting escape, speaking out of turn. Sometimes the charges were fabricated. The goal was not justice. It was demonstration. The prisoner would receive a predetermined number of lashes, 25, 50, sometimes more. After each blow, a guard might force the victim to count aloud. If he lost consciousness or miscounted, the punishment began again. Fellow prisoners were required to watch. Some were ordered to hold the victim upright so the punishment could continue. This was terror engineered as policy. Executions by hanging were similarly public. Gallows were erected within view of the barracks. Prisoners were assembled and forced to witness the act. The condemned might be accused of resistance, of aiding escape attempts, or of contact with outside partisan groups. The message was clear: defiance would not be tolerated. The SS cultivated unpredictability. At times, punishments were announced in advance to heighten dread. At other times, guards appeared without warning. A man might be called from a labor detail and never return. Silence followed his absence. The disciplinary bunker, a separate confinement area within the camp, added another layer to this system. Prisoners placed in the bunker faced starvation rations, darkness, and isolation. Some were held in standing cells so small they could not sit or lie down. Others endured prolonged solitary confinement, emerging emaciated and disoriented. These punishments were not isolated acts of cruelty by individual guards. They were embedded within camp regulations. The SS issued formal disciplinary codes. Infractions were categorized. Penalties were standardized. That bureaucratic structure gave violence an appearance of order. Capos, prisoner functionaries appointed by the SS, played a complex role in this structure. Some were criminal prisoners elevated to positions of authority over others. Under pressure to maintain quotas and discipline, many enforced brutal standards themselves. The system encouraged division. Survival often depended on obedience to this hierarchy. Punishment also extended into labor assignments. Prisoners who failed to meet quarry production targets might be transferred to harsher work details. Those deemed unreliable could be reassigned to the most dangerous tasks, such as carrying heavy stone blocks along steep slopes. The steep terraces of Natzweiler amplified this cruelty. The camp was constructed along a hillside. Moving between levels required climbing and descending steep pathways. For exhausted men weakened by starvation, each incline became another test. In winter, the slopes froze. Ice turned paths into hazards. Falls were common. Guards sometimes interpreted accidents as sabotage. Injuries could result in beatings rather than medical care. Medical facilities in the camp offered little relief. The infirmary functioned less as a hospital and more as a sorting area. Those unable to work might be returned to labor prematurely. Others were transferred to the bunker or marked for execution. As the war progressed and the camp population expanded, the frequency of punishments increased. Resistance activity in occupied France intensified. Prisoners accused of supporting partisan movements were subjected to interrogations and executions. Natzweiler also became a site for the execution of members of the French resistance. Captured fighters were brought to the camp and shot. These executions reinforced the camp's role as an instrument of occupation policy. The combination of public spectacle and bureaucratic documentation defined Struthof's disciplinary system. Reports were filed. Execution orders were signed. Witnesses were counted. Yet beneath that administrative surface, the effect was deeply personal. For prisoners, the unpredictability of punishment eroded any sense of stability. A misstep, a whispered word, a perceived glance of defiance could trigger consequences. Fear traveled faster than orders. Survivors later described the sound of boots approaching the barracks at night, the dread that followed. They recalled the silence after a hanging, broken only by the wind against the wooden walls. They remembered the roll calls that stretched into hours, bodies swaying from exhaustion. Punishment at Natzweiler was not merely corrective. It was demonstrative. It reinforced the ideology that prisoners were expendable. The camp's location in occupied France added another dimension. Local populations could sometimes hear echoes from the hillside. Gunshots shouted commands. The visibility of terror was not entirely contained. By late 1943 and early 1944, as Allied forces prepared for operations in Western Europe, the SS intensified security. Executions increased. Transfers to subcamps expanded. Fear became both weapon and shield. Within this environment, small acts of solidarity became forms of resistance. Prisoners whispered warnings about inspections. Some attempted to protect the weakest during roll call. Others risked punishment to share food. The theater of fear was never absolute. It was contested daily by quiet defiance. Chapter 4, Segment 3, reveals how punishment functioned not as random cruelty but as systematic governance. Violence was structured. It was staged. And through that staging, the SS attempted to transform the camp into a controlled universe where terror maintained order. Yet history shows that even the most carefully engineered systems of fear could not prevent collapse. As we move forward, we will examine how Natzweiler-Struthof expanded beyond its central site, exporting both labor and terror across a widening network, and how that network began to strain under the pressures of a war turning against the Reich. Chapter 5, Segment 1. Expansion into a network, the subcamps of Natzweiler. By 1943, Natzweiler-Struthof was no longer a single camp perched on a mountainside. It had begun to multiply. What started as a granite quarry camp in occupied Alsace slowly transformed into the center of a growing network of subcamps stretching across eastern France and western Germany. As the war intensified and the Reich demanded more labor, the SS expanded Struthof's reach beyond its original barbed wire. The logic behind this expansion was simple and chilling. Prisoners would go where industry needed them. Factories, rail yards, armaments plants, and construction sites required manpower. Germany's war economy was straining under Allied bombing and the growing absence of German workers, many of whom were now fighting at the front. Concentration camp labor became a solution, cheap, replaceable, and controlled. Instead of transporting raw materials to prisoners, the SS transported prisoners to raw materials. Thus began the rapid creation of subcamps attached administratively to Natzweiler. By 1944, more than 50 satellite camps would operate under its authority. Some were small work detachments near quarries or construction projects. Others were large installations linked directly to major arms production. Prisoners were sent to dig tunnels, build defensive fortifications, repair bombed rail lines, and manufacture components for aircraft and weapons. The subcamps often lacked even the limited infrastructure of the main camp. Barracks were improvised. Sanitation was minimal. Food was scarce. In many of these satellite sites, conditions were worse than at Struthof itself. The terrain varied: industrial zones, rural forests, underground facilities, but the structure remained the same. Forced labor under SS supervision, minimal medical care, brutal discipline, and constant surveillance. One of the most significant developments during this period was the relocation of arms production underground. As Allied bombers targeted German factories, the regime moved critical manufacturing into tunnels and mines. Prisoners from Natzweiler were sent to excavate and expand these underground complexes. Inside the tunnels, air was thick with dust and chemical fumes. Lighting was dim. Shifts stretched endlessly. Accidents were frequent. Explosions, collapsing supports, and machinery failures killed or injured many. The prisoners were expected to maintain output regardless of exhaustion. Those who faltered were beaten or transferred. The administrative structure behind this expansion reflected the SS' increasing entanglement with private industry. Companies contracted for labor through the camp system. Payments were made to the SS, not to the workers. Human beings were reduced to production units, billed, transferred, and replaced. Records were kept meticulously. Lists detailed how many prisoners were assigned to each subcamp. Mortality rates were noted but rarely treated as cause for reform. If too many died, replacements were requested. This system blurred the line between state terror and industrial enterprise. For prisoners, transfer to a subcamp brought uncertainty. Some hoped for lighter duties away from the granite quarry. Others feared harsher conditions. News traveled slowly. Rumors filled the gaps. Transportation itself was dangerous. Prisoners were packed into trains or marched between sites. Weakness from malnutrition made even short journeys hazardous. Guards often responded to exhaustion with violence. The expanding network also meant fragmentation. Prisoners were separated from friends, from support systems they had built within the main camp. Isolation made resistance more difficult. Communication between subcamps was limited. Yet despite fragmentation, a shared reality connected them. Labor was survival, until it wasn't. As 1944 progressed and the Allied invasion of Normandy began, pressure on German industry intensified. Production quotas increased. Bombing raids damaged infrastructure. The demand for forced labor rose accordingly. Natzweiler's subcamps became embedded in this desperate wartime economy. In some sites, prisoners worked directly on weapons that would be used against Allied forces. In others, they repaired rail lines vital for troop movements. The irony was stark. Men imprisoned for resisting the Reich were forced to sustain it. Meanwhile, mortality rates climbed. Malnutrition worsened as supply lines faltered. Guards, anxious about approaching fronts, often tightened discipline. Executions occurred within subcamps, sometimes without formal documentation. Medical care was nearly non-existent in many satellite camps. Infections spread quickly in cramped quarters. Injured prisoners were frequently sent back to the main camp or abandoned. The expansion of Natzweiler's network also reflected a shift in prisoner demographics. Increasing numbers of French resistance members were deported. Political prisoners from across occupied Europe arrived. Jews transferred from other camps were assigned to labor details. The system adapted to the Reich's needs, but it did not improve. Instead, it stretched further. The very geography of the subcamp network illustrated the regime's priorities. Camps were placed near factories, rail junctions, and strategic resources. Efficiency dictated placement. Geography dictated suffering. For the SS administration at Struthof, oversight became more complex. Reports traveled between subcamps and the main office. Inspections occurred sporadically. Some commanders exercised extreme brutality. Others followed the same regulations with cold detachment. Uniformity was less important than productivity. As Allied forces advanced into France in late 1944, the position of Natzweiler-Struthof became precarious. The main camp, located in Alsace, stood directly in the path of approaching armies. The SS faced a decision: abandon the camp, evacuate prisoners, or relocate operations. They chose evacuation. But before that collapse, the subcamp system had already revealed something fundamental. Natzweiler was not an isolated anomaly. It was a node within a broader economic network powered by coerced labor. The camp's original purpose, quarrying granite, had expanded into something far larger. It had become a labor reservoir feeding war industries across regions. And as the war turned decisively against Germany, that reservoir would be drained in the most brutal way possible. Chapter 5, Segment 1 marks the moment when Natzweiler ceased to be a single location and became a system spread across borders, a system built on movement, fragmentation, and exploitation. The next segment will examine how the shifting front lines of 1944 transformed that network into a chain of forced evacuations, chaotic transfers, and escalating death, as the SS attempted to preserve control while losing the war. Chapter 5, Segment 2. Evacuation and displacement. The camp on the move. By late 1944, the war had reached the edges of Alsace. The rumble of artillery could be heard in the distance. Rail lines were disrupted. German forces were retreating from western France. The illusion that Natzweiler-Struthof would remain untouched by the front collapsed almost overnight. For the SS administration, the advancing Allied armies posed not just a military threat, but a threat to secrecy. They had seen what happened when camps were captured intact. Evidence remained. Witnesses survived. Warehouses of clothing, documents, and infrastructure exposed the machinery of terror. The regime had already attempted to destroy camps further east to conceal its crimes. Now, that same urgency reached Struthof. The main camp at Natzweiler could not simply continue operating as before. In September 1944, as Allied troops entered the region, the SS began evacuating the central camp. Prisoners were forced into transport columns and sent eastward toward camps deeper within the Reich. Administrative offices were dismantled. Files were removed or destroyed. Equipment was relocated. The camp itself was left largely empty. When French forces eventually arrived, they found the infrastructure still standing but devoid of the population that had suffered within it. Unlike some camps liberated later, Natzweiler's main site did not reveal scenes of mass corpses upon entry, because the prisoners had already been removed. But evacuation did not mean release. It meant transfer. Prisoners were distributed across the existing subcamp network, many of which now operated on German soil. Camps in Baden-Württemberg and other western regions expanded rapidly to absorb the incoming population. These transfers were chaotic. Transportation took place under worsening conditions. Rail cars were overcrowded. Food supplies were minimal. Some transports were delayed for days due to bomb tracks. Guards were increasingly tense, aware that defeat was approaching. The uncertainty amplified suffering. Prisoners had no clear sense of destination. Rumors circulated that the Reich intended to eliminate remaining detainees before surrender. Some feared mass executions. Others clung to hope that Allied forces might intercept transports. In reality, survival often depended on chance, the specific route taken, the guards assigned, the timing of movement relative to advancing fronts. As the camp system contracted toward Germany's interior, overcrowding intensified in many subcamps. Barracks designed for hundreds held thousands. Sanitation broke down. Disease spread quickly in cramped conditions. The administrative shift also created fragmentation within the SS hierarchy. Communication between camps became inconsistent. Orders from Berlin were increasingly delayed or contradictory. Some camp commanders enforced discipline rigidly. Others focused primarily on maintaining order long enough to avoid immediate chaos. Despite disorganization, forced labor continued. Even in the final months of the war, production quotas were enforced. Prisoners were marched to factories and tunnel sites under air raid sirens. Bombing raids became frequent. Some subcamps were located near industrial targets, exposing prisoners to direct attack. Ironically, the Allied bombing campaign that sought to cripple German industry sometimes endangered the very people imprisoned to sustain it. As winter approached, conditions deteriorated further. Rations shrank. Clothing was insufficient for cold weather. Frostbite, respiratory illness, and exhaustion became common. The SS prioritized transport logistics and material movement over prisoner welfare. In early 1945, the evacuation process intensified. With Soviet forces advancing from the east and Western allies pushing from the west, Germany was being compressed from both sides. Camps across the Reich initiated what would later be called death marches. Forced evacuations on foot designed to move prisoners away from front lines. Subcamps associated with Natzweiler were not exempt. Prisoners were assembled with minimal preparation. Those deemed too weak were sometimes left behind or executed. Columns were formed, guarded by SS personnel armed and increasingly unpredictable. The marches moved through towns and countryside, often in full view of civilians. Food was rarely provided. Prisoners slept outdoors or in barns when permitted. Guards shot those who collapsed. Some local populations witnessed these scenes in silence. Others offered small gestures of aid at great personal risk. The purpose of these marches remains debated by historians. Some argue they were intended to maintain control of labor assets. Others see them as efforts to prevent prisoner liberation and testimony. In many cases, the marches appeared aimless, reflecting the disintegration of centralized command. For prisoners, motive was irrelevant. What mattered was survival from one step to the next. The fragmentation of the Natzweiler system reached its peak during these evacuations. Subcamps dissolved into moving columns. Administrative records were lost or destroyed. Identity documents disappeared. Individual fates became harder to trace. As Allied forces liberated camps further west, reports of atrocities spread quickly. Soldiers encountering survivors in other regions began to grasp the scale of the system. Yet, for many associated with Natzweiler's network, liberation was still weeks away. Some columns were intercepted by advancing troops, ending the ordeal abruptly. Others continued for days before collapsing from exhaustion or reaching other camps only to find chaos there as well. The geography of suffering shifted rapidly. By April 1945, Germany itself was collapsing internally. Transportation networks failed. Fuel shortages hampered movement. SS authority weakened as desertions increased. In some areas, guards abandoned prisoners entirely, fleeing in civilian clothing. In others, violence intensified. Prisoners of Natzweiler's subcamps experienced liberation in scattered locations rather than at a single dramatic moment. American and French forces liberated different segments of the network at different times. Unlike camps captured intact and functioning, the end of Natzweiler's system was diffuse. Yet the impact was profound. Survivors emerging from the evacuated subcamps and marches carried testimony of a camp that had evolved from quarry labor into a dispersed industrial network, and finally into a system of forced movement amid collapse. Chapter 5, Segment 2 reveals how Natzweiler's identity shifted in its final phase, from fixed site to mobile system, from centralized administration to fragmented survival. The next segment will examine liberation, documentation, and the challenge of reconstructing what had happened within a camp that partially vanished before Allied arrival, and how memory would struggle to hold together a story scattered across borders and transport routes. Chapter 5, Segment 3, Liberation, Reckoning, and the Struggle for Memory. By the spring of 1945, the system that had sustained Natzweiler-Struthof no longer resembled the structured machine it once had been. Orders from Berlin arrived sporadically, if at all. Railways were shattered by bombing. Communications failed. Guards deserted. Entire subcamps dissolved into confusion as Allied forces moved steadily across the collapsing Reich. Liberation did not come to Natzweiler as a single dramatic moment behind one gate. It arrived in fragments. When Allied troops first reached the main campsite in Alsace months earlier, they found it largely abandoned. Barracks standing, watchtower silent, but the prisoner population gone. It was an eerie discovery. A place built for terror, suddenly empty, as if violence itself had stepped away only hours before. The real confrontation with Natzweiler's reality unfolded elsewhere. In the subcamps scattered across southwestern Germany, where thousands of prisoners still endured forced labor, starvation, and disease. As American and French forces advanced through Baden-Württemberg in April 1945, they encountered these subcamps one by one. Some were liberated intact. Others had already been evacuated. In certain locations, soldiers discovered survivors too weak to stand, skeletal figures who could barely describe where they had come from. The shock was immediate. Many Allied troops had expected to encounter labor camps, harsh, perhaps brutal, but functioning. What they found were people reduced to bone and silence, wearing striped uniforms, their bodies marked by months or years of deprivation. Medical units were summoned urgently. Liberation, however, was not the end of suffering. For many survivors, it was the beginning of another struggle, the fragile process of recovery in bodies weakened beyond recognition. Malnutrition, untreated illness, and psychological trauma could not be reversed overnight. Some who had endured the camp system did not survive long after being freed. In the days following liberation, Allied authorities began documenting what they found. Barracks were photographed. Records were gathered where available. Survivors were interviewed. The scale of the Natzweiler subcamp network gradually became clearer. The main site in Alsace also underwent investigation. French authorities, reclaiming their territory, faced a unique task. Natzweiler was the only Nazi concentration camp established on French soil. Its presence challenged postwar narratives of occupation and collaboration. It stood as both a symbol of foreign brutality and a reminder of the complexities within occupied France. Investigators catalogued the site carefully. The gas chamber, which had been used in medical and anatomical experiments, was examined. Documents related to prisoner transfers and administrative orders were analyzed. Witness testimony began to fill in gaps left by destroyed records. Yet reconstructing the camp's full history proved difficult. Because the main camp had been evacuated before final liberation, many physical traces of its daily operation were absent. The dispersal of prisoners across subcamps and death marches fragmented the narrative further. Survivors had been scattered across regions and even countries. Memory itself was scattered. In the immediate aftermath of the war, attention focused heavily on larger, more widely known camps. Natzweiler's name did not resonate in the same way as Auschwitz or Dachau. Its location in Alsace, a region contested between France and Germany, complicated its symbolic identity. Was it a German camp? A French site of suffering? Both? The political geography of postwar Europe shaped remembrance. Trials followed. Members of the SS staff connected to Natzweiler and its subcamps were prosecuted in various proceedings. Evidence gathered from survivors and captured documents formed the basis of indictments. Some perpetrators were convicted. Others evaded justice, blending back into civilian life amid the vast reconstruction of Europe. Justice was uneven. For survivors, legal proceedings offered acknowledgement but rarely closure. Many struggled with physical disabilities, trauma, and displacement. Some returned to communities that no longer existed. Others emigrated, carrying memories that would surface decades later in testimony and memoir. The campsite itself evolved into a memorial. Over time, Natzweiler-Struthof was preserved not as an abandoned relic but as a place of education and remembrance. Barracks were restored or stabilized. Exhibitions were created to explain the camp's history. Names of victims were researched and inscribed. Visitors now walk through the same pathways once lined with armed guards. They stand inside the remaining structures and attempt to imagine what daily life had been like within the barbed wire. Yet memory is never simple. Natzweiler's history is layered. A quarry camp, a training ground for repression, a site of medical crimes, a hub of forced labor feeding the Nazi war economy, a dispersed network dissolved in evacuation and death marches. Its story challenges the idea that camps were isolated anomalies. Instead, Natzweiler reveals how terror was integrated into ordinary systems, labor contracts, construction projects, industrial production. It shows how bureaucracy normalized cruelty, how paperwork justified suffering, how language disguised violence. In the decades after the war, historians pieced together the fragments. Survivor testimonies provided detail that no administrative record could capture. The sound of boots on gravel at dawn, the exhaustion of climbing the camp's steep terrain, the fear of arbitrary punishment, the quiet solidarity between prisoners who shared crumbs of bread. These voices ensured that Natzweiler would not vanish into footnotes. Commemoration ceremonies now take place at the site. School groups visit. International delegations stand before memorial plaques. The camp, once hidden in forested hills, has become part of a broader narrative about human rights and the consequences of extremist ideology. And yet, the landscape remains quiet. The Vosges Mountains still rise around the camp. Trees still sway in the wind. Silence settles over the watchtowers at dusk. Nature has reclaimed much of the terrain, softening the physical harshness but not erasing what occurred there. Chapter 5. Segment 3 brings the story of Natzweiler-Struthof to its conclusion, not as an ending sealed in 1945, but as an ongoing dialogue between past and present. The camp's physical structures remind us that systems of oppression are constructed deliberately. Its fragmented liberation reminds us that collapse does not erase responsibility. And its preservation as a memorial reminds us that remembrance itself is an act of resistance. Natzweiler was built to intimidate, to extract labor, to enforce silence. Today it stands to teach and to warn. In the quiet after liberation, amid ruins and testimony, a new responsibility emerged: to ensure that what happened on that hillside would be recorded, studied, and remembered. Because history does not disappear simply because someone attempts to dismantle it. It endures in documents, in memorial stones, and in the voices of those who survived long enough to speak. Chapter 6, Segment 1. The Anatomy of a System. Natzweiler-Struthof was not an accident of war. It did not emerge from chaos. It was planned, approved, engineered, and administered through the same bureaucratic channels that managed roads, factories, and military logistics. To understand the camp fully, we must step back from individual suffering for a moment and examine the structure that made such suffering routine. By the time Natzweiler was established in 1941, the concentration camp system had already evolved significantly from its early beginnings in 1933. What began as improvised detention centers for political opponents had become a centralized network under the authority of the SS Economic and Administrative Main Office. Camps were no longer merely prisons. They were instruments of economic exploitation, ideological control, and territorial domination. Natzweiler fit into this system with precision. Its location in Alsace was strategic. After France's defeat in 1940, the region was annexed by Nazi Germany. The Vosges Mountains provided both isolation and natural resources. Granite deposits nearby offered economic value, while the remote terrain reduced public visibility. From the outset, the camp was designed to serve economic and political objectives simultaneously. The SS did not build camps simply to detain people. They built them to produce. At Natzweiler, prisoners were assigned identification numbers that replaced their names. Classification triangles marked their perceived category. Political prisoners, Jews, so-called asocials, Jehovah's Witnesses, resistance members, and others deemed enemies of the Reich. These categories were not merely symbolic. They determined labor assignments, rations, punishments, and survival chances. The hierarchy within the camp extended beyond SS guards. A prisoner functionary system developed: capos, block elders, work supervisors, individuals selected from among the inmates to enforce discipline and maintain order under SS oversight. This structure allowed a relatively small number of guards to control thousands of prisoners. Authority was fragmented downward, creating layers of coercion within the prisoner population itself. Control was psychological as much as physical. Daily routines were rigid and predictable. Wake up before dawn. Roll call in all weather conditions. Work details dispatched to quarries, workshops, construction sites. Evening counts that could last for hours if numbers did not align precisely with records. Discipline was enforced publicly. Punishments were visible. Predictability became a weapon. When every movement is regulated, when hunger is constant, when exhaustion never relents, resistance becomes almost impossible. The system did not rely solely on spectacular acts of violence. It relied on exhaustion, fear, and the erosion of individuality. Bureaucracy reinforced brutality. Reports were filed. Labor quotas were tracked. Mortality statistics were recorded. Even deaths were processed administratively, reduced to entries in ledgers. The language used in documentation avoided emotional description. It spoke of transfers, special treatment, protective custody. Words concealed reality. This administrative normalization was essential. Natzweiler was one node within a vast network. Orders flowed from central SS offices. Prisoner transfers connected it to other camps such as Dachau, Sachsenhausen, and Auschwitz. As the war intensified, its subcamp network expanded dramatically, linking it to industrial facilities across southwestern Germany. By 1944, Natzweiler controlled dozens of satellite camps. These subcamps often operated near factories producing weapons, aircraft components, and other military equipment. Prisoners were transported daily between barracks and work sites, sometimes under brutal conditions, sometimes housed directly adjacent to industrial facilities. The integration of camp labor into the war economy blurred the boundary between civilian industry and SS-controlled exploitation. Companies benefited from cheap labor. The SS benefited financially through contractual arrangements. The Reich benefited from increased production, and prisoners paid with their lives. The physical design of Natzweiler also reflected ideological intent. The camp was built on a steep hillside. Barracks were arranged in tiers descending the slope. Movement required constant climbing and descending, increasing physical strain. The layout reinforced surveillance. Guards positioned at higher points could observe large sections of the camp at once. Even architecture served control. The camp's punishment bunker, execution facilities, and areas designated for medical experimentation were integrated into the compound. These were not hidden corners. They were components of a structured environment where violence could be applied methodically. Medical abuse formed another layer of the system. Selected prisoners were subjected to experiments under the guise of scientific research. These projects, often conducted in coordination with academic institutions, demonstrate how professional expertise could be co-opted into systems of oppression. Doctors and researchers used camp inmates as test subjects, protected by ideology and authority. This collaboration between academia, industry, and the SS underscores a critical truth. Natzweiler was not sustained by guards alone. It required administrators, accountants, engineers, physicians, railway planners, and factory managers. It required individuals who may never have set foot inside the camp but who signed contracts, approved budgets, or allocated resources. Systems of terror are rarely isolated. They draw strength from ordinary structures, offices, paperwork, meetings, schedules. Natzweiler exemplifies how modern organizational efficiency can be weaponized. For prisoners, however, these structural realities were experienced as immediate suffering. The abstract machinery translated into concrete exhaustion. Quarry work meant lifting heavy stone under constant supervision. Factory assignments meant long hours with minimal food. Illness meant neglect or punishment. Weakness meant selection for transfer or death. Within this environment, survival required adaptation. Prisoners formed quiet networks of mutual aid when possible. They exchanged information. They shared food. They attempted to shield the sick from selection lists. Small acts of solidarity coexisted with fear and competition imposed by scarcity. The system sought to break individuality. Yet fragments of humanity persisted. Chapter 6 begins by examining Natzweiler not only as a location but as a functioning organism, a carefully constructed mechanism of domination embedded within a broader administrative framework. By understanding its anatomy, we begin to grasp how terror can operate with bureaucratic calm. The camp was not sustained by chaos. It was sustained by order. And that order, disciplined, documented, and normalized, is what made Natzweiler-Struthof so effective as an instrument of Nazi control. Chapter 6, Segment 2. Industry, subcamps, and the expansion of exploitation. As the war intensified and Germany's military demands grew desperate, Natzweiler-Struthof changed in scale and function. What had begun as a quarry camp in the mountains of Alsace evolved into something far larger. A sprawling network of subcamps tied directly to the industrial machinery of the Third Reich. By 1943, and especially into 1944, Natzweiler was no longer defined solely by its main compound on the hillside. It had become the administrative center of a decentralized labor empire stretching across southwestern Germany and eastern France. The shift was not accidental. Germany's war economy was under strain. Allied bombing campaigns targeted major industrial centers. Male German workers were increasingly drafted into the military. Production quotas rose even as resources dwindled. In response, the SS expanded the use of concentration camp labor to fill the gap. Camps were no longer just instruments of terror, they became reservoirs of expendable manpower. Natzweiler became deeply integrated into this system. Dozens of satellite camps were established near factories, mines, construction projects, and transportation hubs. Prisoners were transferred from the main camp to these locations in groups, often with little notice. Many would never return to Struthof itself. Their daily existence became tied directly to industrial production. Factories that manufactured aircraft components, engine parts, and munitions relied on camp labor to maintain output. Prisoners worked underground in converted tunnels to protect facilities from Allied air raids. Others assembled precision parts under strict supervision, their bodies weakened by starvation but still expected to meet exacting standards. The contradiction was striking. The regime labeled these individuals as racially inferior, politically dangerous, or socially undesirable. Yet it depended on their labor to sustain its war effort. Ideology and pragmatism intertwined. Prisoners were both dehumanized and exploited. Work shifts stretched long into the night. Rations rarely increased to match the physical demands. Malnutrition weakened immune systems. Injuries went untreated. Productivity targets did not account for exhaustion. Guards and civilian supervisors enforced discipline with threats and violence. Those deemed too weak to continue were often sent back to the main camp or transferred elsewhere, frequently a prelude to death. The expansion of subcamps altered the structure of control. Where once the SS could supervise prisoners within a single-fenced compound, now oversight extended across dozens of dispersed locations. Administrative coordination became essential. Records tracked prisoner numbers, work assignments, illness rates, and transfers. The bureaucratic apparatus expanded accordingly. Each subcamp operated under a local SS detachment, but authority ultimately traced back to Natzweiler's commandant. Orders, supply requests, and personnel changes flowed through formal channels. The system resembled a corporate hierarchy more than a chaotic prison network. Civilian industry participated actively. Contracts were negotiated between the SS and private companies. Businesses paid fees for prisoner labor. The SS profited financially, while companies gained access to a workforce that could not strike, negotiate wages, or leave. The arrangement blurred moral boundaries. Industrial managers who never wore SS uniforms nonetheless benefited from the system's brutality. Prisoners experienced this transformation as relentless displacement. Transfers occurred abruptly. Groups were marched to railway stations, loaded into freight cars, and sent to unfamiliar locations. Communication with friends or family became impossible. Survival strategies developed in one subcamp might not apply in another. Each new environment required rapid adaptation. Some subcamps were located in urban industrial zones. Others were hidden in forests or mountainous areas. Conditions varied, but common elements persisted. Overcrowded barracks, insufficient food, long work hours, and constant surveillance. The integration into war production intensified pressure. As Germany's military situation deteriorated in late 1944, urgency replaced caution. Production mattered more than human life. The pace increased. Discipline hardened. Punishments escalated. Illness spread rapidly in cramped quarters. Allied bombing sometimes struck nearby industrial targets, adding new dangers to already fragile existence. Meanwhile, the main camp at Natzweiler served as both administrative hub and site of continued repression. Prisoners deemed unfit for labor might be returned there. Executions continued. Medical abuse persisted. The camp's original granite quarry still operated, though industrial priorities had shifted toward armaments. The network's complexity masked its cruelty. From a distance, it appeared as an efficient allocation of labor resources. On paper, it reflected rational management. In practice, it was a system of systematic depletion. Prisoners were consumed by work until they could no longer function. Replacement followed swiftly. New transports arrived from occupied territories, from dismantled camps closer to the Eastern Front, from regions where German control was collapsing. The camp system absorbed human beings the way a factory absorbs raw material without sentiment. The expansion also reveals another dimension of Natzweiler's role. It functioned as a training and testing ground for administrative practices that could be replicated elsewhere. Procedures for labor allocation, subcamp organization, and industrial coordination were refined through experience. Lessons learned in Alsace and southwestern Germany influenced broader SS policies. Thus, Natzweiler was not isolated. It was interconnected with the evolving architecture of Nazi exploitation. For prisoners, the subcamp era often meant invisibility. Smaller facilities lacked the historical notoriety of larger camps. Records were sometimes incomplete. Liberation would come unevenly, depending on the advance of Allied forces. Many subcamps were evacuated in the chaotic final months of the war, their inmates forced onto death marches that stretched across collapsing front lines. The very dispersal that increased industrial efficiency also complicated accountability. Yet within these fragmented spaces, acts of solidarity persisted. Prisoners shared technical knowledge to reduce errors that might lead to punishment. They exchanged whispered information about approaching Allied forces. They concealed the weakest among them during inspections when possible. Human resilience endured within mechanical systems. Chapter 6, Segment 2 reveals how Natzweiler transformed from a single camp into a distributed network feeding the Reich's war machine. Its expansion illustrates how economic ambition and ideological hatred fused into a structure that treated human beings as replaceable components. The subcamps were not anomalies. They were the logical extension of a system that viewed labor as expendable and suffering as acceptable cost. In the quiet precision of industrial workshops and the darkness of underground tunnels, the machinery of war turned, powered by prisoners whose exhaustion was measured not in compassion, but in quotas. And as Germany's defeat drew closer, this vast network would enter its most unstable and deadly phase, when desperation replaced planning, and the system began to fracture under the weight of its own violence. Chapter 6, Segment 3, Evacuation, Collapse, and the Dispersal of Natzweiler. By late 1944, the sound of artillery was no longer distant. It was approaching. Allied forces had broken through Normandy, crossed into eastern France, and pushed steadily toward the German frontier. Alsace, where Natzweiler-Struthof stood on its granite slope, was no longer secure territory for the Reich. The camp that had once seemed remote and permanent now sat dangerously close to the shifting front line. The SS understood what that meant. A concentration camp was not merely a prison. It was evidence. It was documentation of policy made physical in barbed wire barracks, crematoria, execution sites, and in the bodies of prisoners themselves. If Natzweiler were captured intact, the Allies would see not rumor, not propaganda, but reality. And so, evacuation began. Orders were issued quietly but firmly. Administrative files were reviewed. Sensitive documents were destroyed. Equipment was dismantled where possible. Prisoners were assembled for transport. The main camp at Natzweiler was to be emptied before Allied forces could reach it.in, September 1944. The evacuation accelerated. Thousands of prisoners were marched down from the hillside and transported deeper into Germany. Some were sent to Dachau, others to camps within the expanding Natzweiler subcamp network that now lay primarily east of the Rhine. The original site in Alsace would be abandoned. The evacuation was not organized for comfort. It was organized for speed. Prisoners were crowded into rail cars or forced to march long distances with minimal food and water. Guards remained vigilant, armed and tense. Anyone unable to keep pace risked beating or execution. Illness spread quickly in cramped transport conditions. The journey itself became another ordeal layered atop years of deprivation. When Allied troops eventually reached the Struthof site in November 1944, they found a largely empty camp. Buildings stood silent. Barbed wire remained. Evidence of occupation lingered. But the prisoners were gone, relocated into a system that had shifted its center of gravity eastward. Natzweiler, as a physical place in Alsace, had ceased functioning. Yet the system it administered did not end. In fact, the subcamps continued operating well into 1945. The administrative headquarters of the Natzweiler network was transferred across the Rhine. Command structures were preserved. The industrial partnerships that depended on forced labor remained active. In some ways, the evacuation intensified suffering. Subcamps that had already been overcrowded now received additional prisoners from Struthof. Resources did not expand proportionally. Food shortages worsened as Germany's supply lines deteriorated. Air raids increased. Production demands did not lessen, despite the Reich's shrinking territory. Desperation replaced calculation. As Allied forces advanced from both west and east, camps were repeatedly evacuated and re-evacuated. Prisoners were moved again and again, often without clear destination. These forced marches, now commonly known as death marches, were marked by exhaustion, exposure, and arbitrary violence. Winter compounded the danger. Those marched across frozen roads wore thin uniforms and wooden shoes. Frostbite spread. Weakness slowed movement. Guards, under orders to prevent prisoners from falling into Allied hands, sometimes shot those who collapsed. The boundary between evacuation and execution blurred. Administrative order began to fracture. Communication between subcamps grew inconsistent. Transportation networks were disrupted by bombing. Local commanders improvised under chaotic conditions. Some followed orders rigidly. Others acted with increasing brutality. A few, sensing inevitable defeat, attempted to moderate conditions or abandon posts. For prisoners, the collapse created uncertainty. Rumors circulated about approaching liberation. News traveled by whisper, a guard mentioning the Americans were near, a civilian worker hinting that Germany was losing, distant explosions suggesting the front was close. Hope and fear coexisted uneasily. Not all evacuations were completed. In April 1945, Allied troops liberated various Natzweiler subcamps at different times. Some camps were found nearly empty, prisoners having been marched away days earlier. Others contained hundreds of survivors too weak to move further. In several locations, liberation arrived abruptly, interrupting ongoing preparations for evacuation. The dispersal of Natzweiler's population made the final months especially lethal. Without centralized oversight, conditions varied wildly. Some subcamps descended into near-total breakdown. Food gone, sanitation non-existent, disease rampant. Typhus spread in overcrowded barracks. Guards struggled to maintain discipline. Violence became unpredictable. The original Struthof site, meanwhile, became something else entirely. After its capture, it was later used by French authorities to detain suspected collaborators. The camp's physical infrastructure endured, but its function transformed. Barbed wire that once enclosed victims now confined those accused of supporting the regime. The irony was stark. The same fences, the same barracks, the same watchtowers, repurposed in the aftermath of occupation. For the Natzweiler system as a whole, collapse was uneven but inevitable. By May 1945, Germany surrendered. Surviving prisoners emerged from a labyrinth of subcamps, transport routes, and improvised detention sites. Many were skeletal, ill, disoriented. Liberation did not immediately erase suffering. Medical care was urgent but limited. Families had to be located if they still existed. Identities had to be reconstructed from fragments. The dispersal also complicated justice. Because Natzweiler's prisoners had been scattered across dozens of locations, documentation was fragmented. Witness testimony had to be gathered from multiple sites. Commanders had operated across borders. Industrial collaborators were spread among various regions. Yet evidence endured. Survivors spoke. Records, though partially destroyed, remained. The administrative logic of the system could be reconstructed through files, transport lists, contracts, and correspondence. The story of Natzweiler could not be erased simply because its main camp had been emptied. Chapter 6, Segment 3 marks the end of Natzweiler as a functioning concentration camp in Alsace, but not the end of its human impact. Evacuation did not represent mercy. It represented concealment. The system attempted to outrun accountability by moving its victims out of sight. Instead, it exposed the fragility beneath its rigid order. When the Reich began to fall, the machinery of repression fractured into chaotic violence. And in that collapse, the final chapter of Natzweiler was written. Not on a single hillside, but across roads, railways, and scattered subcamps where survival depended on endurance until the very last hour. The camp that once trained and supplied the Reich's labor machine ended not with a formal closure, but with dispersal, its prisoners carried through the dying months of war, bearing witness to a system that could relocate bodies, but could not relocate truth. Chapter 7, Segment 1. Liberation and First Encounters with the Evidence. When Allied forces crossed into the regions once controlled by the Natzweiler camp network, they did not arrive with a full understanding of what they would find. Intelligence reports had mentioned camps. Refugees had spoken of forced labor and brutality. Yet even by 1945, the scale and structure of the concentration camp system were still only partially understood by the outside world. What the soldiers encountered was not a battlefield in the traditional sense. It was something quieter, and in many ways more unsettling. At several former Natzweiler subcamps scattered across southwestern Germany, Allied troops found prisoners still alive, though barely. Barracks stood crowded and foul. Wooden bunks were stacked in tiers, each filled with emaciated figures wrapped in thin, striped uniforms. The smell of sickness, infection, and decay hung heavily in the air. Some camps had been partially evacuated days earlier, leaving behind only those too weak to march. Others had descended into chaos, their guards having fled as front lines collapsed. Liberation did not arrive as a single moment. It unfolded unevenly. In some locations, resistance by remaining SS personnel led to brief skirmishes before surrender. In others, the guards simply disappeared, abandoning their posts in the final hours. Prisoners awoke one morning to find watchtowers empty and gates unsecured. Allied vehicles appeared on nearby roads. Flags changed. The war, at least in that place, had ended. Yet for the prisoners, the end was complicated. Years of malnutrition had reduced many to skeletal frames. Muscles had wasted. Skin clung tightly to bone. Typhus and dysentery spread rapidly in overcrowded conditions. Even those who could stand were often too weak to walk far. Liberation brought relief, but it also revealed how fragile survival had become. Allied medical teams moved quickly. Field hospitals were established. Doctors and nurses confronted scenes that demanded immediate triage. The most severely ill required urgent care. Intravenous fluids, controlled feeding, treatment for infections. Yet even well-intentioned aid had to be administered cautiously. Bodies starved for years could not suddenly absorb large quantities of food. Refeeding had to be gradual. The line between rescue and unintended harm was narrow. Photographs were taken. Military photographers documented what they found. Rows of bunks filled with gaunt survivors, piles of discarded uniforms, infirmaries overflowing with the sick. These images would later circulate in newspapers and newsreels, confronting distant audiences with undeniable proof of systematic abuse. In camps once administered by Natzweiler, records were discovered as well. Although many documents had been destroyed during evacuation, fragments remained. Transport lists, labor assignments, administrative correspondence, enough to piece together how the network had functioned. The bureaucratic language was stark in its detachment. Prisoners were described as units of labor. Transfers were logged with precision. Production quotas were carefully tracked. The clinical tone stood in sharp contrast to the human suffering it concealed. Survivors began to speak. Not all at once and not always immediately. Trauma made memory difficult. Language barriers complicated communication between liberated prisoners and Allied personnel. Yet gradually stories emerged of forced quarry labor, of underground tunnel construction, of beatings for minor infractions, of public punishments designed to intimidate entire barracks. Some survivors described the evacuation marches. Others spoke of the original Struthof site in Alsace, the steep hill, the crematorium, the executions. Many had been moved so often that the boundaries between camps blurred in memory. Still, the pattern was unmistakable. A system built on exhaustion, discipline, and fear. Local civilians were also confronted with what had stood near them. In several regions, Allied commanders ordered nearby residents to visit liberated camps. They were made to walk through barracks, to observe the conditions, to see survivors face to face. For some civilians, the camps had been distant but known. For others, knowledge had been partial or deliberately ignored. Confrontation was part of the reckoning. The liberation of the Natzweiler network occurred during the broader collapse of the Third Reich. Cities lay in ruins. Refugees flooded roads. Soldiers on both sides were exhausted. Yet within this vast upheaval, the camps represented something distinct: a moral exposure. Here was physical evidence that repression had not been incidental to the regime, it had been central. Liberation also initiated a new administrative process. Prisoners had to be identified and registered. Nationalities were recorded. Many were displaced persons with no immediate home to return to. Borders had shifted. Families had been destroyed. The war's end did not automatically restore belonging. Temporary shelters and displaced persons camps were established across Europe to manage this enormous humanitarian crisis. For some survivors, liberation was followed by silence. They would carry memories privately for years, reluctant or unable to speak of what they had endured. For others, testimony became an obligation, a way to ensure that what had happened inside Natzweiler and its subcamps would not be dismissed as rumor or exaggeration. The camp system's collapse revealed its underlying logic. It had relied on isolation, on secrecy layered within bureaucracy, on the assumption that remote hillsides and dispersed subcamps would prevent comprehensive understanding. Yet when Allied forces advanced from multiple directions, that isolation dissolved. The network, once fragmented by design, was reassembled in the minds of investigators. Liberation, then, was not only a military event. It was the beginning of documentation. Investigative teams collected evidence methodically. They measured crematoria. They cataloged documents. They interviewed survivors. They mapped the subcamp network. Each fragment added to a growing picture of how Natzweiler had functioned, as quarry camp, as training site, as industrial labor hub, as instrument of repression. For the soldiers who entered these camps, the experience often left a lasting mark. Many had prepared for combat. Few had prepared for the quiet devastation of starvation and calculated neglect. The camps challenged conventional understanding of warfare. They represented not tactical violence, but organized cruelty administered through routine. Chapter 7 begins with this moment of exposure. The barbed wire no longer served its original purpose. The gates stood open. Yet the true significance of liberation lay not only in physical freedom, but in revelation. What had been concealed behind administrative language and geographic isolation now stood visible. Natzweiler-Struthof and its subcamps could no longer operate. Their authority had ended. But the process of understanding, of documenting, judging, and remembering was only just beginning. Liberation marked the transition from secrecy to scrutiny. And in that transition, the camp ceased to be merely a site of control. It became evidence. Chapter 7, Segment 2. Investigations, Trials, and the Machinery of Justice. In the weeks and months following liberation, the focus shifted from survival to accountability, and what investigators uncovered within the remnants of the Natzweiler-Struthof system forced Allied authorities to confront not just isolated brutality, but an organized structure of repression that had functioned with administrative precision across occupied Europe. Military legal teams began assembling evidence while the war still raged elsewhere, interviewing survivors whose bodies were frail but whose memories were sharp with detail, collecting abandoned files, mapping command hierarchies, and tracing the transfer routes that connected Struthof to its sprawling network of subcamps in Germany and beyond. The crimes associated with Natzweiler were not limited to forced labor or starvation alone. Investigators documented executions carried out in the camp's crematorium facility, medical abuses performed under the guise of research, and coordinated deportations that fed the broader machinery of Nazi persecution. Particular attention fell on the camp's command structure. How authority flowed from the SS main economic and administrative office down through commandants, officers, and guards, each layer participating in policies that translated ideology into daily routine. Unlike the chaos that marked the regime's final collapse, the earlier years of the camp's operation revealed careful record-keeping. Prisoner numbers assigned, labor categories tracked, punishments recorded with bureaucratic detachment. This paper trail became crucial. It demonstrated that terror at Natzweiler had not been spontaneous cruelty but a regulated system governed by orders, memos, and quotas. As Allied prosecutors prepared for broader war crimes proceedings, evidence from camps like Natzweiler contributed to a growing legal framework that would culminate in the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg. There, the existence of the concentration camp system was presented not as rumor but as documented fact, supported by testimony, photographs, and seized records. While Natzweiler itself was not the sole focus of those landmark trials, its integration into the wider SS network illustrated how camps across Europe operated under centralized command. Beyond the major tribunals, additional proceedings were conducted by French authorities and other national courts, specifically addressing crimes committed on French soil at the original Struthof site. Former SS personnel were identified, arrested, and interrogated. Some attempted to minimize their roles, claiming obedience to orders or administrative distance from violence. Yet survivor testimony frequently contradicted these defenses, describing specific acts of brutality, public punishments, and selections carried out in full view of staff. The legal arguments that followed would shape modern concepts of accountability, particularly the rejection of just following orders as a blanket defense for participation in crimes against humanity. At the same time, the pursuit of justice faced limitations. Not every perpetrator was captured. Some fled, blending into post-war society. Others died before trial. The scale of the camp system meant that thousands had participated in varying degrees, making comprehensive prosecution nearly impossible. Nevertheless, the trials established a historical record. Court transcripts preserved details that might otherwise have faded into fragmented memory. Survivors who testified did so not only for personal closure, but to anchor their experiences within official recognition. For many, speaking in court required revisiting trauma, recounting starvation, beatings, and the loss of family members, yet it also marked a turning point. Suffering was no longer confined to whispered recollections inside barracks. It entered the public record. Meanwhile, historians and archivists began organizing the vast body of material collected during investigations. The Natzweiler network, once dispersed and deliberately obscured through geographic isolation, was reconstructed through maps and documentation. Subcamps were cataloged. Labor assignments were analyzed in relation to industrial production. The connection between forced labor and the German war economy became increasingly clear. Factories that had benefited from prisoner labor were scrutinized, raising difficult questions about corporate complicity and economic exploitation under the Nazi regime. This broader inquiry expanded the concept of responsibility beyond individual guards to encompass institutional structures that had profited from repression. As years passed, memorial initiatives began to take shape. The original Struthof site in Alsace was preserved as a place of remembrance, its barracks and crematorium standing as physical testimony to what had occurred there. Commemorations were held, survivors returned, and educational programs were developed to ensure that new generations would learn about the camp's history. The transformation from site of terror to site of memory was gradual and deliberate. It required balancing documentation with dignity, ensuring that remembrance did not sensationalize suffering but honored those who endured it. In this evolving landscape of justice and memory, Natzweiler-Struthof assumed a distinct place. The only Nazi concentration camp established on French territory, yet inseparable from the larger European network of repression. Its story illustrated how occupation, ideology, industry, and administration converged to create a functioning system of control. The investigations and trials did not erase what had happened, nor could they restore the lives lost. But they did impose a moral reckoning, establishing that the acts committed within those barbed wire boundaries were crimes under international law. Chapter 7 continues by examining how this reckoning shaped collective understanding, how evidence gathered in the aftermath of liberation became the foundation for historical scholarship, legal precedent, and enduring remembrance. Justice, though imperfect and incomplete, marked a shift from secrecy to accountability. And in that shift, the machinery of terror was replaced by a different machinery, one of testimony, documentation, and the insistence that what occurred at Natzweiler would be recorded, studied, and remembered long after the guards and commandants had faded from power. Chapter 7, Segment 3: Memory, Silence, and the Long Shadow of Natzweiler. In the decades that followed the trials, Natzweiler-Struthof did not disappear into history books as a closed chapter. Instead, it lingered as a quiet, unsettling presence in the forests of Alsace, a reminder that terror had once been organized with methodical care on French soil, and that its network had stretched far beyond the visible perimeter of barbed wire. For many survivors, liberation had not marked the end of struggle, but the beginning of another battle. One fought against silence, disbelief, and the exhaustion of memory. Returning home was rarely simple. Some found families gone, communities erased, and political landscapes reshaped. Others carried invisible injuries that no court verdict could mend. Yet gradually, testimony moved beyond courtrooms into memoirs, interviews, and educational initiatives. Survivors described the steep roll call square, the quarry labor that shattered bodies, the punishment cells where darkness and isolation were used as tools of control, and the daily negotiations for survival that required both caution and solidarity. These accounts complicated the image of the camp as merely a remote outpost. They revealed it as a microcosm of the larger system, a place where ideology translated into routine humiliation, where discipline was enforced through ritualized violence, and where survival often depended on fragile networks of mutual aid. At the same time, postwar Europe struggled with how to remember. Reconstruction demanded forward momentum, and for years the physical traces of camps were overshadowed by economic recovery and political realignment. Yet Natzweiler's uniqueness, as the only concentration camp built on French territory, gradually anchored it within national memory. Memorialization efforts intensified, preserving the original structures and marking the subcamps scattered across Germany and Central Europe. Scholars began mapping these satellite sites, uncovering how labor detachments fed armament factories, mines, and infrastructure projects. Each rediscovered subcamp added depth to the narrative, revealing that the system's reach had been far wider than many had initially understood. Educational programs brought students to the site, where the silence of the surrounding mountains contrasted sharply with the violence once enacted there. Guides explained how the camp's design facilitated surveillance, how classification triangles divided prisoners into categories, and how administrative language masked cruelty with sterile terminology. Over time, Natzweiler became not only a place of mourning but a site of warning. Historians emphasized that its function had not been improvisational brutality but organized repression embedded within state structures. The camp's history demonstrated how quickly legal norms could be dismantled, how bureaucracy could be mobilized to persecute, and how ordinary institutions, railways, factories, offices, could be drawn into a system of exploitation. This broader understanding shifted public discourse from viewing camps as isolated horrors to recognizing them as components of a coordinated apparatus. Meanwhile, personal memory intersected with collective remembrance. Survivors returned for anniversaries, sometimes accompanied by children and grandchildren who carried stories forward into new generations. Ceremonies acknowledged political prisoners, Jews, Roma, resistance fighters, and others who had passed through Natzweiler's gates. The diversity of prisoner experiences underscored the camp's role within a broader web of persecution that spanned occupied Europe. Each group brought distinct narratives, yet all converged on the same landscape of confinement and coercion. As the 20th century drew to a close and eyewitnesses aged, urgency intensified around documentation. Oral history projects recorded testimonies before voices were lost. Archives digitized records to ensure accessibility. Researchers cross-referenced transport lists, labor assignments, and death registers, piecing together fragmented biographies. In doing so, they restored individuality to numbers that had once reduced people to administrative entries. Memory became an act of reconstruction, rebuilding names and stories where the regime had attempted erasure. The long shadow of Natzweiler also influenced broader conversations about human rights and international law. Lessons drawn from the camp system informed the development of conventions addressing crimes against humanity and the protection of civilians during conflict. The insistence that never again required vigilance transformed remembrance into responsibility. Natzweiler-Struthof thus stands not only as a preserved historical site, but as a testament to the consequences of indifference and ideological extremism. Its barracks and watchtowers remain, not to freeze history in time, but to confront visitors with tangible evidence of what organized hatred can produce. Chapter 7 closes by acknowledging that memory is neither automatic nor permanent. It must be cultivated, defended, and renewed. The camp that once trained guards and enforced terror now educates students and honors victims. The transformation from secrecy to scholarship, from fear to reflection, marks one of the most profound reversals in its history. Yet the physical structures, the stone foundations, the crematorium, the steep terrain, continue to speak quietly of what occurred there. In that quiet, the legacy of Natzweiler endures, not as a distant tragedy, but as a living reminder that systems of oppression do not arise overnight, and that vigilance, documentation, and remembrance are essential safeguards against their return. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Liberation and the Unraveling of the System. By the autumn of 1944, Natzweiler-Struthof was no longer the orderly instrument of repression it had once appeared to be in SS reports. It had become a node in a collapsing empire, its routines strained by retreat, scarcity, and the steady advance of Allied forces pressing in from multiple directions. The front lines were shifting rapidly across France and the Western territories, and what had once seemed permanent now felt temporary even to those who administered it. Orders began to change in tone. Directives focused less on expansion and more on evacuation, concealment, and relocation. The camp's position in Alsace, once strategically useful, was now exposed. As Allied troops advanced after the liberation of Paris and the push eastward, the SS recognized that Natzweiler itself would soon be untenable. Preparations began quietly. Prisoner records were sorted, some destroyed, others transferred. Selected inmates were marched or transported to camps deeper inside Germany. Subcamps, already numerous and dispersed, became the primary sites of confinement, while the original Struthof complex increasingly functioned as an administrative shell. For prisoners, the uncertainty was disorienting. Rumors circulated through barracks in whispers. The Allies were close, the war was turning, the guards were nervous. Yet alongside fragile hope came intensified brutality. In the final months before evacuation, punishments were swift, discipline tightened, and labor demands remained relentless. The SS sought to maintain control even as control itself was slipping away. When the order finally came to abandon the main camp in September 1944, it was executed with haste. Prisoners who could walk were forced onto transports bound for Dachau and other camps in the Reich. Those too weak to travel faced grim fates, sometimes left behind in chaos, sometimes subjected to summary executions. By the time Allied forces reached the site, the central camp stood largely empty, a silent compound of wooden barracks, barbed wire, and watchtowers perched above the valley. Yet liberation here did not mirror the scenes later documented at camps like Buchenwald or Dachau, where surviving prisoners flooded gates to greet soldiers. Instead, Struthof revealed something subtler but equally haunting: absence. The machinery remained, but the human population had been displaced. The Allies entered a space that bore unmistakable traces of confinement: the crematorium, the execution area, the cramped barracks, yet without the thousands who had once filled it. This absence forced investigators to look beyond the visible compound, to trace the routes of evacuation and the network of subcamps that continued operating inside Germany. As they advanced, Allied troops encountered those satellite sites in various stages of collapse. Some had been hastily dismantled. Others were overcrowded with prisoners transferred from Natzweiler and elsewhere. In these locations, conditions deteriorated rapidly as supply lines fractured and command structures faltered. Food shortages worsened. Disease spread. Guards, sensing defeat, oscillated between indifference and cruelty. The unraveling of the system exposed its fragility. What had once functioned with bureaucratic precision now lurked in improvisation and panic. Yet even in collapse, the structure remained lethal. Death marches began as camps were evacuated again and again to avoid liberation. Prisoners were driven across roads in columns stretching miles, guarded by men whose authority rested on a regime already disintegrating. Many perished from exhaustion, exposure, or gunfire along these routes. For the Allies, piecing together Natzweiler's story required assembling fragments scattered across territories. Investigators photographed the empty Struthof compound, cataloged evidence, and interviewed local residents who had witnessed transports and heard gunshots echoing through the hills. They traced administrative records linking the main camp to its subcamps, revealing how deeply embedded forced labor had become within the regional economy. Factories, quarries, and construction sites bore marks of prisoner labor long after the guards had fled. Liberation, therefore, was not a singular moment but a process of revelation. Each newly discovered site expanded understanding of how Natzweiler operated and how it had evolved from a centralized camp into a decentralized network. The war's final phase stripped away the illusion of permanence that the SS had cultivated. The camp's evacuation demonstrated that terror could be relocated but not erased. As Allied forces pressed further into Germany, they encountered survivors who carried with them the memory of Struthof and its satellites. These individuals described the steep terrain of the main camp, the quarry work that fractured bones, the disciplinary measures designed to enforce obedience. Their testimonies linked the abandoned structures in Alsace to the living evidence of suffering found elsewhere. In the months following liberation, military authorities began the painstaking task of documenting what had occurred. They recognized that physical evidence, once lost, could not easily be recovered. Thus, photographs, affidavits, and preserved artifacts became crucial. The empty barracks at Struthof were no longer instruments of control but exhibits in a growing archive of crimes. Yet the transition from terror to testimony was neither immediate nor seamless. Many survivors were too weak to recount their experiences fully. Others feared disbelief or reprisal. Still, gradually, the narrative emerged. Natzweiler had functioned not in isolation but as a critical hub in the western extension of the Nazi camp system. Its liberation marked the beginning of accountability rather than its conclusion. Chapter 8 opens, therefore, not with triumph but with exposure. The unraveling of Natzweiler illustrates how systems of oppression attempt to retreat into invisibility when threatened, transferring prisoners, destroying files, dispersing witnesses. Yet in doing so, they leave behind traces that invite scrutiny. The empty compound in Alsace became one such trace, a quiet but undeniable testament to organized cruelty. Liberation transformed it from a site of confinement into a site of inquiry. And in that transformation, the broader system began to be understood not as an anomaly of wartime chaos, but as a deliberate structure whose collapse revealed its true scale. Chapter 8, Segment 2. Evidence, Testimony, and the First Reckonings. When Allied investigators began examining Natzweiler-Struthof more closely in the months after its evacuation, they quickly realized that what stood before them was not simply an abandoned camp, but a crime scene suspended in time. The barbed wire still lined the perimeter. The watchtowers still overlooked the valley. Inside the crematorium building, the ovens remained, cold yet intact. The execution area, concealed among trees, carried a silence that felt deliberate rather than natural. Unlike camps that had been almost entirely dismantled before liberation, Struthof's partial survival allowed military authorities to document physical structures that bore direct witness to organized killing. Photographers moved carefully through the compound, capturing images of barracks interiors, the dissection room used in medical experiments, the gallows, and the furnace doors. Engineers sketched layouts. Officers cataloged remaining documents. Each step was methodical because officials understood that the war was ending but the need for proof was only beginning. Evidence gathered here would feed into broader investigations of the SS and the concentration camp system. At the same time, the human dimension of that evidence emerged through survivors who had passed through Struthof or its network of subcamps. Many of these individuals were liberated not at the main camp, but at Dachau, Bergen-Belsen, or other sites where they had been transferred in late 1944. Their testimonies began to converge. They described the steep ascent to the camp's entrance, the exhaustion of quarry labor, the calculated humiliation embedded in daily routines. They spoke of the camp commandant's authority, of punishments administered publicly to reinforce fear, of selections that determined who would be sent to satellite labor sites and who would remain. Particularly haunting were accounts related to medical experiments conducted at Struthof. Prisoners recounted how groups were isolated, injected, or exposed to substances under the guise of scientific research. Investigators cross-referenced these testimonies with physical spaces inside the camp, including rooms adapted for experimental procedures. The presence of such facilities in occupied France underscored the camp's dual purpose: repression through labor and exploitation through pseudoscientific abuse. As more evidence accumulated, Allied authorities began identifying individual perpetrators associated with Natzweiler. Commandants, guards, and administrative officers were traced through personnel records. Some had fled deeper into Germany. Others had already been captured. The challenge lay not only in locating them but in assembling cases that could withstand judicial scrutiny. Military prosecutors required documentation linking specific individuals to specific crimes. Survivors were asked to recount names, faces, routines. For many, reliving these memories reopened wounds that had barely begun to heal. Yet, despite exhaustion and trauma, numerous former prisoners agreed to testify. They understood that without their voices, the camp risked being reduced to ruins without narrative. In the broader context of postwar justice, Struthof became part of a mosaic that demonstrated how the camp system extended beyond Germany's pre-war borders. Its existence in occupied France challenged claims that atrocities were isolated to distant eastern territories. Here was a concentration camp operating within sight of European towns that had once been considered part of the cultural heartland of the continent. This geographical proximity intensified the urgency of legal reckoning. French authorities, alongside Allied prosecutors, examined how occupation policies enabled the camp's establishment and maintenance. Local collaboration, coerced labor, and the complicity of certain administrative bodies were scrutinized. The process was complex and often politically sensitive. Not all questions found immediate answers. Nevertheless, the documentation of Struthof contributed to the growing body of evidence presented in major war crimes trials. While Natzweiler did not dominate headlines in the way Auschwitz later would, its records formed part of the proof that the SS had constructed a transnational network of camps designed for control, exploitation, and murder. The act of documenting Struthof also transformed it into a site of memory. As the war concluded and occupation administrations stabilized, discussions began about preserving the camp rather than dismantling it. The crematorium, the barracks, and the execution grounds became artifacts that testified to crimes committed in plain sight of Europe. Survivors revisited the site, sometimes reluctantly, to identify locations where they had lived or suffered. For some, standing again on the gravel paths triggered overwhelming emotion. For others, it affirmed that what they had endured was neither imagined nor forgotten. The physical preservation of Natzweiler served a dual purpose. It honored those who had died and warned future generations of how systematic cruelty could be embedded within ordinary landscapes. Chapter 8's second segment reveals that liberation was only the beginning of a longer confrontation. The SS had attempted to evacuate prisoners and obscure records, but the camp's partial survival undermined those efforts. Brick, steel, and stone spoke alongside human testimony. Together, they formed a body of evidence too substantial to dismiss. In courtrooms across Europe, prosecutors referenced camps like Struthof to demonstrate that the machinery of repression extended into every corner touched by the Reich. Survivors, once reduced to numbers, became witnesses whose words reshaped legal and historical understanding. The reckoning was imperfect and incomplete, yet it marked a decisive shift. The camp that had been built to train and discipline instruments of terror now trained investigators in the anatomy of atrocity. Its grounds, once reserved for confinement, became classrooms of accountability. And in that transformation, Natzweiler-Struthof moved from silence into record, from isolation into history, ensuring that its crimes would not vanish as its architects had intended. Chapter 8, Segment 3. Memory, Preservation, and the Long Shadow of Struthof. In the years that followed the war, Natzweiler-Struthof did not simply fade into the forested slopes of the Vosges Mountains. Instead, it entered a different phase of existence, one defined not by SS command but by remembrance, confrontation, and the uneasy work of historical preservation. At first, the site stood in a state of fragile suspension. The barracks weathered under wind and rain, the gravel paths grew quiet, and the watchtowers no longer scanned the horizon for escape. Yet silence did not mean absence. Survivors carried the camp within them, and slowly, their testimonies converged into memoirs, interviews, and courtroom statements that fixed Struthof within the broader narrative of Nazi terror. Unlike camps that had been almost entirely dismantled, Natzweiler retained enough of its original structure to serve as physical proof. Concrete foundations, the crematorium building, the execution area concealed among trees. French authorities faced a decision: allow the camp to deteriorate into obscurity or preserve it as a memorial. The choice to preserve it transformed Struthof from a site of control into a site of conscience. Restoration work began cautiously, guided by a commitment to authenticity rather than spectacle. Buildings were stabilized, not beautified. Barbed wire remained. The stark geometry of the camp's layout was maintained so visitors could grasp the deliberate organization of confinement. Educational plaques and documentation were introduced gradually, contextualizing what had occurred without overwhelming the landscape with interpretation. Survivors were invited to contribute to the shaping of memory. Their recollections helped identify specific locations: the punishment cells, the infirmary, the execution ground, ensuring that memory remained grounded in lived experience rather than abstract symbolism. Over time, school groups, researchers, and international visitors began walking the same uphill path once climbed by prisoners. For many, the first impression was not noise but quiet, the unsettling realization that such a place existed within a serene alpine setting. This contrast became central to Struthof's meaning. It illustrated how atrocity can coexist with beauty, how ideology can infiltrate ordinary geography. As decades passed, the memorial expanded to include exhibitions that examined not only daily life inside the camp, but also the network of subcamps scattered across occupied territories. Archival documents were digitized, testimonies recorded on film, and artifacts preserved under controlled conditions. Scholars analyzed Struthof's role within the larger SS system, emphasizing its function as both a concentration camp and a site of experimentation and execution. Public ceremonies commemorated anniversaries of liberation, drawing survivors, descendants, and officials who spoke of vigilance and responsibility. Yet memory was never static. Debates emerged about how best to represent suffering without diminishing it, how to teach younger generations whose distance from the war grew with each passing year. Some visitors arrived with knowledge shaped by films or textbooks. Others came with little awareness of the camp's existence. Guides adapted, weaving narratives that connected Struthof to wider themes of occupation, collaboration, resistance, and the Holocaust as a whole. The memorial thus became an educational bridge, linking the specificity of one camp to the broader architecture of genocide. Importantly, Struthof also symbolized the reach of Nazi terror beyond Germany's borders. As the only concentration camp established in occupied France, it served as a reminder that the regime's ideology did not respect national boundaries. This fact shaped French collective memory, prompting reflection on both victimhood and complicity during occupation. In this way, the camp's legacy extended into civic discourse, influencing how societies understand responsibility and resilience. Today, the preserved barracks and the stark crematorium stand not as relics of an isolated horror, but as anchors of historical truth. Visitors walk through the camp guided by recorded testimonies that echo in exhibition halls, each voice asserting presence against attempted erasure. The surrounding forest, once a backdrop for secrecy, now frames a landscape dedicated to remembrance. Struthof's endurance as a memorial challenges the very intention behind its creation. The SS designed it to train instruments of terror and to discipline bodies into submission. Instead, it now trains generations in awareness. It disciplines memory into vigilance. Chapter 8's final segment reveals that liberation did not conclude the story of Natzweiler-Struthof. The camp entered history not through destruction but through preservation. Its buildings, once tools of oppression, became evidence. Its grounds, once reserved for suffering, became spaces for education. In the long shadow cast by the barbed wire and watchtowers, a different system took root, a system of remembrance, scholarship, and moral inquiry. And in that transformation, Struthof stands as proof that even sites constructed for fear can, through witness and persistence, become foundations for truth. Chapter 9, Segment 1. Justice and Accountability After Liberation. When the gates of Natzweiler-Struthof were finally opened and the machinery of terror fell silent, the question that lingered in the cold mountain air was no longer how the camp functioned, but how those responsible would answer for it. Liberation marked the end of organized cruelty inside the barbed wire, yet it also marked the beginning of a long and complex pursuit of justice. In the immediate aftermath of the war, Europe stood amid ruins. Cities shattered, governments reassembled, and millions displaced. Amid this chaos, the crimes committed within camps like Struthof demanded documentation and accountability. Investigators arrived not only to record physical evidence but to preserve testimony before memory could fade. Survivors were interviewed, their voices sometimes fragile, sometimes steady, recounting details of forced labor, punishments, executions, medical experiments, and the daily brutality that defined life in the camp. These testimonies became the foundation of legal cases that sought to translate suffering into evidence and memory into law. French authorities, whose territory had hosted the camp, took particular interest in prosecuting those directly responsible for atrocities committed there. Documents uncovered in abandoned offices, transport lists, administrative orders, and SS correspondence were pieced together like fragments of a shattered system. Each paper trail revealed a network of command that extended far beyond the Vosges Mountains, linking Struthof to the broader SS hierarchy. Trials did not unfold overnight. They required meticulous reconstruction of events and the identification of individuals who had attempted to disappear into the anonymity of post-war Europe. Some perpetrators were captured quickly. Others evaded arrest for years. In courtrooms across France and Germany, former guards and officials were confronted with survivor accounts that contradicted claims of ignorance or mere obedience. The defense of following orders echoed frequently, reflecting a larger moral debate that defined post-war reckoning. Could individuals hide behind the authority of the state, or did personal responsibility endure even under dictatorship? The trials surrounding Struthof contributed to this broader jurisprudence, reinforcing the principle that crimes against humanity could not be justified by rank or command. Witnesses described the camp's steep layout, the punishments administered for minor infractions, and the execution grounds hidden behind barracks. They spoke of comrades lost to starvation, disease, and violence, giving names and faces to what might otherwise have remained statistics. Judges and prosecutors faced the challenge of transforming these narratives into legal findings, navigating between emotion and evidence. Some sentences were severe, including life imprisonment or execution. Others were perceived by survivors as insufficient. Justice, though pursued, was never absolute. For many survivors, no verdict could restore what had been taken. Yet the act of public acknowledgement carried its own weight. Trials forced societies to confront what had happened within their borders, challenging post-war narratives that sought to minimize or distance responsibility. Natzweiler-Struthof became part of the documented record of Nazi crimes, its name inscribed in legal transcripts and historical reports. Beyond the courtroom, international tribunals such as the Nuremberg trials established precedents that framed camps like Struthof within the larger category of crimes against humanity. The concept that certain acts violated universal moral law, regardless of national boundaries, gained strength from cases that exposed the systemic nature of camp operations. Struthof's role as a training ground for SS personnel underscored how terror had been institutionalized and exported, reinforcing the necessity of international accountability. Over time, new investigations reopened questions that earlier proceedings had left unresolved. As archives were declassified and historians gained access to additional documentation, fresh evidence sometimes surfaced, prompting renewed scrutiny of individuals previously overlooked. The pursuit of justice thus extended beyond the immediate postwar years, evolving into a long-term commitment to truth. Chapter 9 begins by tracing this arduous path from liberation to litigation, revealing how the collapse of a regime did not automatically dismantle the need for moral reckoning. The silence that once shielded the camp was replaced by testimony and legal argument, transforming memory into an instrument of accountability. In this process, Struthof ceased to be only a site of suffering. It became a case study in the struggle to uphold justice after systemic atrocity. The trials could not undo history, but they asserted a principle that endured, that organized cruelty would not be left unnamed, and that those who engineered and executed terror would, however imperfectly, be called to answer for it. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Memory on the Mountain, From Ruin to Memorial. In the years after the trials began and verdicts were delivered, another struggle unfolded on the slopes of the Vosges Mountains, the struggle over memory itself, over what would remain of Natzweiler-Struthof and how future generations would understand what had happened there. The camp did not vanish after liberation. Its barracks, watchtowers, crematorium, and gas chamber still stood against the wind, stark and exposed. Unlike extermination camps that were dismantled in desperate attempts at concealment, Struthof remained physically present, a scar carved into the hillside above Alsace. French authorities faced a difficult decision. Should the camp be demolished, erased as a painful reminder, or preserved as testimony? Ultimately, the choice was made to keep much of it intact, transforming the site into a memorial that would speak where silence once dominated. Survivors returned, sometimes alone, sometimes in groups, walking again the gravel paths between barracks where they had once marched under guard. For many, the return was overwhelming, memories resurfacing with clarity sharpened by time. Yet their presence ensured that the camp's narrative would not be shaped solely by architecture or official plaques, but by lived experience. Testimonies collected in the immediate postwar years were expanded into memoirs, oral histories, and educational materials. Schools organized visits, encouraging young people to confront the physical reality of persecution and forced labor. The steep incline of the camp, once a tool of punishment, became a silent teacher. Visitors felt in their own legs the exhausting climb that prisoners endured daily. The gas chamber, hidden below the main camp area, became a focal point of reflection, not because it represented the largest scale of killing, but because it symbolized the extension of genocide even into occupied France. As memorialization developed, historians and curators grappled with how to present the site responsibly. Exhibits avoided sensationalism, focusing instead on documentation, photographs, personal belongings, and archival records that illustrated the systematic nature of abuse. The narrative emphasized not only the suffering of victims but also the structures that enabled it. The SS training programs, the categorization of prisoners, the bureaucratic language that disguised cruelty as regulation. Memory, in this context, was not passive remembrance but active education. The mountain landscape, once chosen for isolation and control, became a setting for contemplation. Each year, commemorative ceremonies brought together survivors, families, officials, and students. Names were read aloud, wreaths laid, moments of silence observed against the backdrop of forest and sky. With time, the number of living survivors diminished, and responsibility shifted increasingly to historians and educators. Recorded testimonies gained urgency. Archives were digitized to ensure preservation. The memorial expanded to include documentation centers and research facilities dedicated to studying the camp network and its role within the broader Nazi system. This transformation from site of terror to site of learning did not erase pain. It reframed it as warning. Struthof's existence in occupied France underscored that atrocities were not confined to distant frontiers, but could take root wherever ideology and power converged unchecked. Debates occasionally surfaced regarding interpretation, how much emphasis should be placed on local collaboration, how to contextualize the camp within regional history, how to address denial and distortion. Yet these debates reflected a society engaging with its past rather than ignoring it. Visitors today encounter preserved barracks that echo with absence, exhibition panels that trace deportation routes, and photographs that capture faces once reduced to numbers. The preservation of Struthof serves as a reminder that memory requires maintenance. Without it, physical structures decay and narratives fade. Chapter 9 continues by exploring how this former concentration camp became a cornerstone of Holocaust remembrance in France, illustrating the delicate balance between honoring victims and educating the living. On that hillside, where fear once dictated every movement, a different purpose now prevails: to ensure that the mechanisms of terror are understood, that their warning resonates beyond national boundaries, and that the silence the Nazis once sought is replaced by enduring testimony. Chapter 9, Segment 3. From Silence to Warning. The global meaning of Natzweiler-Struthof. As the decades passed and the physical structures of Natzweiler-Struthof endured against wind, rain, and winter frost, the meaning of the camp began to expand beyond regional memory into something far larger. A global warning about how modern systems can be turned toward destruction. What had once been an isolated mountaintop prison in occupied France gradually became a reference point in international discussions about genocide, human rights, and state power. Scholars studying the Holocaust increasingly recognize Struthof not merely as a peripheral camp, but as a revealing case study in how the SS exported its methods into Western Europe, adapting policies of terror to new political landscapes. The camp demonstrated that mass repression did not depend solely on vast extermination complexes in the East. It could operate effectively through smaller sites of control, forced labor, execution, and intimidation. In this way, Natzweiler-Struthof became essential to understanding the broader architecture of Nazi domination. International visitors walked the grounds, diplomats and students stood where prisoners once stood, and the preserved barracks became classrooms without walls. Educational programs emphasized that the camp's existence in France shattered the comforting illusion that terror was geographically distant. It illustrated how occupation policies intertwined with ideological persecution, how military expansion enabled concentration camp systems to spread, and how bureaucratic decisions in Berlin translated into suffering on a mountainside far from the Reich center. Over time, exhibitions at the memorial incorporated comparative perspectives, linking Struthof's history to other camps across Europe and situating it within the network of satellite camps that fed German industry. The subcamps scattered across Alsace and southwestern Germany were studied in detail, revealing how forced labor penetrated factories, quarries, and construction projects, binding civilian infrastructure to the machinery of repression. This wider lens reinforced a crucial lesson. Atrocities do not occur in isolation. They depend on participation, compliance, and economic integration. Survivor testimony remained central to this evolving understanding. Recorded interviews were translated into multiple languages, ensuring that voices once confined by barbed wire could reach audiences across continents. These testimonies described not only brutality, but also small acts of solidarity, resistance, and moral courage that persisted even under extreme conditions. Such narratives countered the dehumanization imposed by the camp's regime, restoring individuality to those reduced to numbers. As the 21st century advanced and the last eyewitnesses aged, the responsibility of preservation intensified. Digital archives, interactive displays, and scholarly conferences ensured that Struthof's story remained accessible and rigorously documented. The camp's gas chamber, once concealed beneath layers of bureaucratic secrecy, became a stark symbol of scientific complicity and ideological extremism. Educational outreach programs addressed contemporary issues of discrimination, authoritarianism, and the fragility of democratic institutions, drawing direct lines between past and present. Natzweiler-Struthof thus evolved into more than a memorial site. It became part of an ongoing dialogue about vigilance and accountability. Visitors often remarked on the contrast between the natural beauty of the Vosges Mountains and the suffering that occurred there. A reminder that cruelty can coexist with ordinary landscapes, hidden behind routine and order. The preserved watchtowers and barbed wire now serve not as instruments of control, but as evidence. They stand as silent witnesses to a system that sought efficiency over empathy and ideology over humanity. In reflecting on Struthof's global significance, one confronts an unsettling truth. The structures that enabled such a camp were not supernatural or incomprehensible. They were administrative, legal, and logistical. They were built by educated men who believed in the righteousness of exclusion and hierarchy. This realization transforms memory into obligation. To study Struthof is to recognize how quickly prejudice can harden into policy and how policy can escalate into organized violence. Chapter 9 closes not with finality, but with responsibility. The camp on the mountain endures as a testament that documentation can outlast denial, that preserved ground can speak across generations, and that remembrance, when sustained, becomes a safeguard. The forested slope of Natzweiler-Struthof no longer echoes with commands or gunfire. Instead, it carries the weight of history, an enduring reminder that systems of terror, once understood, must never be allowed to return in new forms. Chapter 10, Segment 1. The Final Collapse. Evacuation, Death Marches, and the End of Natzweiler-Struthof. By the summer of 1944, the war that had once seemed unstoppable to Nazi leaders was unraveling with alarming speed, and nowhere was that collapse more visible than along the western frontiers of the Reich. Allied forces were advancing after the landings in Normandy, resistance networks in occupied France were growing bolder, and German control over Alsace was no longer secure. High in the Vosges Mountains, the SS administration at Natzweiler-Struthof began to sense that the isolation which had once shielded the camp was turning into vulnerability. Orders flowed from Berlin and regional SS headquarters. Records were to be organized, sensitive materials removed, and preparations made for possible evacuation. The logic that had governed so many other camps now reached Struthof as well. Prisoners were not to be liberated as living witnesses. They were to be transported deeper into the shrinking Reich, absorbed into other camps, or driven westward in chaotic relocations that would later be remembered as death marches. The transformation of Natzweiler from a functioning concentration camp into a logistical hub of evacuation was swift and ruthless. Prisoners who had endured years of forced labor in quarries and subcamps now faced renewed uncertainty. Barracks that once contained routine suffering became staging grounds for transport lists and hurried roll calls. SS officers reviewed prisoner categories with cold efficiency, determining who would be marched, who would be transported by rail, and who might be left behind temporarily to dismantle evidence. The camp's gas chamber and execution areas were no longer instruments of daily terror but potential liabilities, physical proof of crimes that could be discovered by advancing Allied troops. As in other parts of the camp system, destruction and concealment became priorities. Files were burned. Equipment was relocated. Guards whispered about the approaching front, even as official propaganda insisted that final victory remained possible. In early September 1944, As Allied units moved closer to Alsace, the evacuation accelerated. Columns of prisoners were assembled under armed supervision and forced onto trains or marched across long distances toward camps in Germany such as Dachau and Buchenwald. For many, this transfer did not mean survival. It meant exposure, starvation, and exhaustion under even harsher conditions. Those too weak to walk risked being shot or abandoned. The death marches that followed were not centrally coordinated with precision but driven by panic and ideology, an attempt to preserve the labor force while preventing liberation from revealing the scale of the crimes. Along rural roads and through devastated towns, skeletal prisoners stumbled under guard, their striped uniforms marking them as expendable. Civilians who witnessed these columns sometimes looked away, sometimes offered scraps of food, sometimes feared intervention. The chaos of retreat stripped away any pretense of administrative order. Guards who had once enforced discipline within the controlled environment of the camp now faced the disintegration of their own command structure. Yet even in retreat, brutality persisted. Beatings continued. Executions occurred when prisoners collapsed. The regime's capacity for cruelty did not vanish simply because defeat loomed. In many cases, it intensified. Within the emptying perimeter of Natzweiler-Struthof itself, silence gradually replaced the daily routines of forced labor and roll call. By the time Allied forces reached the region in late 1944, they encountered a camp largely evacuated, its main prisoner population already dispersed into the broader Nazi camp network. Unlike Majdanek, which had been captured largely intact, Struthof's evacuation meant that liberation did not immediately reveal thousands of inmates behind barbed wire. Instead, what remained were structures, traces, and evidence of sudden departure. Abandoned materials, incomplete destruction efforts, and the lingering signs of confinement. The absence of prisoners did not lessen the gravity of what had occurred there. It underscored the deliberate attempt to obscure it. Chapter 10 begins, therefore, not with triumphant liberation, but with flight and fragmentation. The fall of Natzweiler-Struthof was not a single dramatic moment but a process of unraveling, one that scattered survivors across other camps and spread suffering even further during the regime's final months. The mountain that had once confined thousands now stood nearly empty, its watchtowers overlooking forests no longer filled with shouted commands. Yet the story was far from over. The evacuation marked only the beginning of the final chapter, one that would include liberation elsewhere, testimony, trials, and the long reckoning that followed. Chapter 10, Segment 2. Liberation Beyond the Gates. Survivors, Testimony, and the First Reckonings. When Natzweiler-Struthof was evacuated and its prisoners dispersed across the collapsing Reich, the camp did not simply vanish from history. It fractured, and its story continued wherever its surviving inmates were sent. Those transferred to camps deeper inside Germany entered an even more chaotic final phase of the concentration camp system. In places like Dachau, Buchenwald, and their sprawling subcamps, overcrowding reached catastrophic levels as transports from evacuated sites poured in. The men who had once labored in the quarries of Alsace now found themselves sleeping in corridors, on bare floors, or in open yards, weakened by years of malnutrition and further broken by forced marches. Disease spread with terrifying speed. Typhus, dysentery, tuberculosis, thriving in barracks where sanitation had collapsed. Food rations dwindled as supply lines failed, and guards, aware of imminent defeat, often abandoned any pretense of regulation. Yet even in this environment of total collapse, prisoners clung to fragile networks of solidarity. Veterans of Struthof who had endured its punishments and selections carried with them knowledge, how to conserve strength, how to trade for crumbs of bread, how to read the mood of a guard. These small strategies sometimes meant the difference between survival and death. When Allied forces finally reached the camps to which Struthof prisoners had been sent, liberation was neither orderly nor immediate in its healing. American and Soviet troops entering concentration camps in the spring of 1945 were confronted with scenes they had not fully anticipated. Skeletal survivors staring through barbed wire, heaps of unburied bodies, and living men who weighed scarcely more than children. Medical teams faced impossible tasks: preventing the spread of disease, treating starvation without triggering fatal refeeding syndrome, and restoring order to places that had functioned as instruments of annihilation. Among the liberated were former Struthof inmates who could testify not only to what they had endured in their final camps, but also to what had taken place on the mountain in Alsace. Their memories formed part of a larger mosaic of evidence. In the months that followed, Allied investigators began documenting crimes with unprecedented urgency. Photographs were taken of camp structures, execution sites, and mass graves. Survivors were interviewed, their testimonies recorded in multiple languages. The fact that Natzweiler-Struthof had been the only major concentration camp established on French soil gave its story particular resonance. French authorities, newly restored after occupation, sought to confront what had happened within their territory. The camp's proximity to Weimar's cultural legacy had once symbolized the hypocrisy of Nazi civilization. Struthof's location in Alsace now symbolized the reach of terror across borders. As trials commenced, first in military tribunals and later in broader proceedings, former SS personnel associated with Struthof were identified and prosecuted. The legal process was imperfect and incomplete, but it marked one of the first formal acknowledgments that crimes committed under the guise of state authority could be judged by international standards. Survivors stepped into courtrooms to recount forced labor, executions, medical experiments, and daily humiliations. For many, speaking publicly about their suffering was both necessary and agonizing. They described the quarry where men fell under granite blocks, the gas chamber used for experimental killings, and the endless roll calls in freezing wind. These accounts transformed Struthof from an evacuated site into a documented crime scene. Liberation also carried complex emotions. Some survivors felt relief and disbelief. Others felt emptiness, having lost families, homes, and years of life. The world outside the barbed wire had changed irrevocably, and returning to civilian existence required rebuilding identity from fragments. Former prisoners who had passed through Struthof often carried physical scars, malnutrition's long-term effects, chronic illness, as well as invisible wounds that would surface in nightmares and silence. Yet from this devastation emerged a determination to remember. Memorial efforts began modestly. Local communities cleared the campgrounds, preserved certain structures, and installed plaques bearing the names of victims. The narrative of Natzweiler-Struthof shifted from secrecy to exposure. It became a place not merely of abandonment, but of confrontation. A site where future generations could witness the remnants of a system that had once thrived on isolation. Chapter 10's second movement, therefore, is about continuity. How the story of a camp evacuated in fear extended into courtrooms, hospitals, and memorial halls. The liberation of its prisoners did not erase what had occurred. It amplified it. Survivors carried Struthof's memory into the post-war world, ensuring that even a camp emptied before Allied arrival would not escape scrutiny. In this way, the regime's attempt to scatter evidence through evacuation ultimately failed, because testimony proved stronger than destruction. Chapter 10, Segment 3. Memory, Justice, and the Meaning of Natzweiler-Struthof. When the war ended and the full scale of Nazi crimes began to emerge before the world, Natzweiler-Struthof did not stand at the center of global attention in the same way as Auschwitz or Buchenwald, yet its history carried a unique weight. It had been the only main concentration camp established by Nazi Germany on French soil, a symbol of occupation, repression, and the export of the camp system beyond Germany's borders. In the months following liberation, investigators, journalists, military officials, and local civilians entered the abandoned campgrounds and began documenting what remained. They walked through barracks still bearing the marks of overcrowding, examined execution sites, and studied the gas chamber that had been used in medical experiments and targeted killings. Photographs were taken not for propaganda but for evidence. Survivors who had been transferred elsewhere began to speak, recounting the quarry labor, the punishments, the public hangings, and the experiments that had been conducted under the authority of the SS. Their testimonies would form part of the growing body of documentation presented in post-war trials. The Nuremberg trials established the principle that state officials could be held accountable for crimes against humanity, and subsequent proceedings, often called the Natzweiler trial or Struthof-related trials, addressed specific atrocities connected to the camp, including the murder of resistance members and the execution of Allied agents. SS officers, camp personnel, and collaborators faced prosecution in both French and German courts. Some were sentenced to death, others to long prison terms, though not all perpetrators were captured. Justice, when it came, was partial and uneven, yet it marked a fundamental shift. The machinery of terror was no longer shielded by authority. Over time, the physical site of Natzweiler-Struthof was preserved as a memorial. Unlike camps that were dismantled almost entirely, Struthof's main structures remained, allowing visitors to confront the geography of repression directly. The steep terrain, the roll call square, the barbed wire stretching across the mountain slope. The transformation of the camp into a place of remembrance required deliberate choices. Where once guards had patrolled, guides now speak in measured tones about deportation, forced labor, and execution. Where prisoners had stood in freezing weather for hours, school groups now gather to learn about the fragility of democratic institutions. The memorialization of Struthof carries a layered meaning. It represents the suffering of political prisoners, Jews, Roma, resistance fighters, and countless others whose lives intersected within its fences. It also represents the extension of Nazi ideology into occupied territories, demonstrating how quickly systems of terror could be implanted beyond Germany's borders. In the decades since the war, historians have studied administrative records, survivor memoirs, and trial transcripts to reconstruct daily life within the camp. Their research has revealed not only cruelty but also complexity. The hierarchies among prisoners, the small acts of solidarity that enabled survival, the clandestine resistance networks that persisted even under surveillance. Memory at Struthof is not static. It evolves as new generations encounter its history. Ceremonies held on anniversaries of liberation remind visitors that remembrance is an active process, not a passive inheritance. The site stands as a warning about the normalization of dehumanization. It shows how bureaucratic language can disguise brutality, how infrastructure can serve ideology, and how silence can enable oppression. Yet it also stands as evidence that crimes can be documented, that testimony can endure, and that places once intended to vanish into secrecy can become public spaces of reckoning. As Chapter 10 concludes, Natzweiler-Struthof emerges not only as a camp of forced labor and terror, but as part of a broader historical lesson. Its story moves from construction to operation, from evacuation to trial, from abandonment to memorial. The mountain that once echoed with commands now carries the quieter voices of remembrance. The transformation does not erase what happened there. It ensures that it cannot be denied. In the end, Struthof's legacy lies in the tension between destruction and documentation, between attempted erasure and persistent memory. The camp was built to enforce silence. It now exists to break it. As we close this chapter on Natzweiler-Struthof, remember that history survives because we choose to face it. The camp was built to silence lives and erase evidence, but memory outlived the regime that created it. If this documentary helped you understand this history more deeply, don't let the story end here. Subscribe to the channel for more full-length, carefully researched Holocaust and World War II documentaries, and help keep these stories remembered.